I'll now call this meeting of the CA Board of Directors at 7:02. I'm Eric Greenberg, Chair of the CA Board of Directors. Please remember that this meeting of the CA Board of Directors is being live streamed. You can find tonight's agenda and background materials on the CA Board's webpage. Links to these documents can also be found in the description section of our YouTube live stream for those that are watching the meeting there. If you are virtual, please mute your microphones unless speaking. If you're in the room, please ensure that your cell phones are silenced. Board members, please raise your hand to speak, and I'll record the names in the order which I see them. If you're virtual, please just raise your hand, and I will note that so you can be in the queue. As we move through the meeting, I'll introduce each item on the agenda. Before a vote is taken, I will restate the motion, as well as who motioned it and seconded. If at any point you have trouble hearing me or any other board member, please say so. I will now call the roll. Lakey.
Here.
Dick.
Here.
Brian.
Here.
Janet.
Here.
Alan.
Here.
Bill.
Here.
Andy.
Here.
Ginny.
Here.
Sherry. And I am here. Next, we have the announcement of closed and special meetings to be held on October 27th. There's the audit committee meeting. Committee members present were James Young, Tim Redmond, Andy Stack, and Bill Santos. Vote closed was 3-0-0. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'd like to add a.
Do I have a second?
Second. Needs a second.
Do I have a second for the agenda? Okay, Ginny moves. Alan seconds.
I'd like
Discussion.
I'd like 5 minutes to give an update on the Inner Arbor Trust funding. That would be number 7 on the.
7 under board discussion, so 7D. Do I have a second to Dick's motion?
I'll second that.
A second on Dick's motion?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion, Ginny?
Oh, no, I haven't.
Oh, is there any discussion on the motion? Is there any objections on the board? Okay. We will add that 7D to IAT under board discussion. Ginny?
Yeah, I have an amendment to add a very brief discussion, 2 minutes, on how CA votes its or uses its votes in village elections, just to make sure we're all on the same page about what process we're going to be using. So I move that.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I got a motion by Ginny.
And I'm talking about putting it under board discussion number 7.
That'd be 7E.
7E. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Janet?
One, I question the validity of discussing anything for 2 minutes. 2, I thought that we were taking that to the villages, and I would like to have village input before we have that conversation, so I think this is premature.
The reason I'm asking it be on it and for such a short period of time, to make sure we're all in agreement as to what the process would be. That's all it is.
We have never agreed on anything in 2 minutes.
Well, I have a suggestion. I have a suggestion. We might be able to.
There's always a first time. Lakey.
I just wanted to add that this was discussed at the last meeting, and staff went back and watched the video, and there's been email exchange about precisely what was in the video, and that's the process that staff is undertaking. So I would assume we're going to go with the consensus that was achieved in the last meeting, not change the process again. So I would just question needing to discuss it again.
Alan?
Well, I think for that reason, it sounds like there is some misunderstanding or some lack of clarity. So it sounds like taking a couple of minutes to gain that clarity, not to talk about the actual policy or resolution or whatever it is, but just to talk about, make sure we're all on the same page makes sense to me.
Dick?
Well, that was 2 weeks ago, and I haven't seen anything happen, so I'd like to maybe just take 2 minutes to find out where we stand.
Yeah, and the other purpose is to really set a specific deadline as to when we would be actually acting on it. So, and if there's agreement on that, we just move ahead then.
Okay, so is there any objections to putting this, an objection? Okay, I'll call the roll for it. All in favor? Dick? Oh, I'll do it by hands. All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes.
Andy opposed.
Andy's opposed, but motion still passes. So it's on the agenda. Now can I get a motion, any further discussion on the agenda? Okay, any objections to the agenda? The agenda passes as amended. We will now move on to resident speakout. I will call on you one by one in the order in which you have signed up, regardless of whether you're participating in person or virtual. Individuals have 3 minutes to comment. Anyone representing a group has 5 minutes. Following remarks, the board will have a chance to ask any clarifying questions. Responses are limited to 1 minute each, and there are a lot of resident speakouts today, so please keep things concise. For those of you online, please mute your microphones when you're not speaking. Anyone joining us in person or online should not speak outside their allotted speakout time. As always, we ask that you remain respectful and abide by the general guidelines of civility. So the first member of our resident speakout is Sharon Boyes. She is, represents Protect Our Streams. Sharon, are you there?
Hello. Yep, I am. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hey.
Hi. Good evening. I appreciate this opportunity to express my opposition to the 6-mile-long, 133-acre Lake Elkhorn stream demolition project. But first, I must say, the last couple of minutes of the last meeting were stunning. The pivot from Ms. Boyd confirming her employment in front of the community to pickleball to Halloween felt awkward and surreal. This was followed up by a seriously opinionated blog post where a former CA board member who was voted out by her community has asked for people to come and speak out tonight and sing Ms. Boyd's praises. Oh, how we've seen this act before. Then today, another blog post that not only comes to Ms. Boyd's defense, but actually starts placing blame for this friction and division on others in the community. It says that perhaps 40 people were still watching and implied there might have been prior knowledge of Ms. Boyd's inappropriately timed question. This is not high school. We expect and demand better of CA. I appreciate this board and your acknowledgement of the concerns and needs of the community. We need to get back to our roots and protect and embrace the things that make Columbia the special place that it is. I'll be reading portions of prior testimony, and I hope it's heard this time. On October 29, 1963, James Rouse revealed to the Howard County Commissioners that he had purchased land and proposed to develop the land into a, quote, balanced planned community that would fit naturally into the Howard County landscape, preserving the stream valleys, protecting hills and forests, and providing parks and green belts. Jim Rouse recognized nearly 60 years ago how much these protected areas would contribute to the betterment of our community and our quality of life. These forests are here now because they've been preserved for us. Mature trees and forests are some of our best tools for combating climate change. From the book, Columbia and New Cities, James Rouse was also quoted as saying, quote, our cities grow by sheer chance, by accident. A farm is sold and begins raising houses instead of potatoes. Then another farm. Forests are cut, valleys are filled, streams are buried in storm sewers. Thus, bits and pieces of a city are splattered across the landscape. By this irrational process, non-communities are born, formless places without proper beauty or reason, places with no visible respect for people or the land. Thousands of small, separate decisions made with little or no relationship to one another, nor to their composite impact, produce a major decision about the future of our cities and our civilization. The decision we have come to label suburban sprawl. What nonsense this is. What reckless, irresponsible dissipation of nature's endowment and of man's hope for dignity, beauty, and growth. End quote. I feel we're one united city one united community because of James Rouse's vision for us. There's a plaque on a bench at Wild Lake that reads, "Beauty is free if you really plan to respect both the land and man." Jim Rouse, 1965. I feel we owe it to future generations to continue to preserve what was preserved for us. I want to thank the board for reconsidering the decision on Lake Elkhorn. That would change our community, the character of our city, and so many people's quality of lives. We should not be making decisions for our community based on somebody giving us $10 million. I don't know any experts that make decisions on the environment based solely on a financial decision, which is clearly stating there has been no regard given to our quality of life or how this would impact our environment, our native wildlife, and our field here in Columbia. If you can't understand that, you can't lead our community and make decisions for us. This is what makes Columbia so special. And I really hope you will take time to think about these words that I've read to you tonight and what that means. And I really appreciate your time this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Bill.
Hi, good evening, Sharon. This is Bill Santos. I agree that the end of the meeting last time was awkward, but I'm going to move on to what you were talking about with the streams. How many meetings has Protect Our Streams had this year, and when is the date of the next regularly scheduled meeting?
We're a grassroots organization, so I really couldn't tell you how many meetings we've had. I could look on my calendar. I'll get back to you on that one.
I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, if you'd like to attend one, I'd be more than happy to invite you.
Yeah, what date is that?
Oh, like I said, I can get back to you on that with the date. I know that we will be meeting before December 8th.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Eric Kuzmal from the Columbia Aquatics Committee. Eric?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Eric Kuzmal, live in Wild Lake, and I am the committee chair of the Columbia Aquatics Advisory Committee. Earlier this year,
Excuse me, Eric, are you speaking for the group?
right now I'm speaking for the group.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Earlier this year, we were approached to weigh in on a situation that arose regarding the employment of family members policy for Columbia. At the time, a board member came to our meeting to say, hey, we'd like to hear what you have to say about this. We, at that point in time, discussed what was going on a little bit, asked if we could wait till our next meeting because some of our members were not aware of this policy. We then sent out the policy. Everybody had a chance to review it. We came back to the next meeting to discuss it. We decided we did not want to strongly or, I don't know, come out with a specific Columbia Aquatics Advisory Committee decision on this because we felt as though HR had weighed in very heavily as the experts and had written the policy and was backing their policy. We expressed this to the board member that was at our meeting, and we felt like, okay, we've done enough, said what we're supposed to, and felt pretty good about it. And I think when things were resolved at the end of that summer, the people that were affected got the opportunities, potentially, some of the opportunities they looked for, if not in all the ways they wanted, but the way they wanted. The policy doesn't necessarily stop people from doing work. It just may not give them the place that they exactly wish to work. And so we heard that this was then going to come up on the agenda again with the board to potentially look at this policy. And I've been here before. I've set up every year. We have a nice little meeting where I report on what we're supposed to do. And the board has asked, well, what could we have done for you. Well, one of the things my committee has said is we've often put ideas forward, given opinions or expressed our opinions, and we don't feel like they're always heard. We were not very clear and didn't make a clear decision about how we specifically felt about this policy, and the committee as a whole unanimously said that we would like to support the continuing of the current policy per the HR department, who we believe are the experts on this matter, not us. So we would defer to their expertise. If they wrote the policy, it must be good, and would ask that you trust their expertise also as employees that have been hired to protect the interests of the CA. That's me done speaking on behalf of the Aquatics Committee. I asked for 2 different times, one for me myself. I would like to say, been hearing a lot of things, reading a lot of things, don't know how much of what is true of all of this, but there are 2 major things to me that are of concern. One is that I've been reading a lot about this board, some of the members, all the members, not being willing to sign an ethics clause, an ethics contract, an ethics policy, whatever you're supposed to sign, that my understanding is all the other CA employees sign. What I'd like to hear is from, well, not from you, what I'd like to implore you all to do is please stop dabbling with it and just sign an ethics clause. I would like to think if we're going to require the employees that we hire to have an ethics clause, that it's not unreasonable for the people that we voted on to also then sign that ethics clause and to speak with that. You're looking, yes, please ask a question.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you completely confused me. I don't know what you're referring to. Every member of this board had assigned, how many pages were there? 37?
28.
Huh?
28 pages.
28 pages of conflict of interest, ethics, everything. We'd be happy to show you
Financial
that
disclosures.
documents. What, disclosure?
I'm like I said, I'm here expressing what I'm reading and hearing.
Oh, no,
and asking for clarity on that.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to.
Well, that'd be great if all of you have signed it. I am completely pleased to hear that.
Yeah, sir, one, I appreciate your coming and expressing that rather than rumors continue, because what I'm trying to say to you is we wouldn't be allowed to serve on the board unless we had signed it, and it's about, what did you say, 27 pages, a couple of documents. I'd be happy, or perhaps you should ask staff to show you the documents that we signed. So it's...
Okay, that's cool. As long as everybody has, that's great. I would, rather than spread rumor, like to hear from the source itself.
Thank you for coming and stating that.
I don't think
so we
he's
could
done
correct
yet. Can he finish?
Yeah.
Please let him, please continue.
Yeah, that's okay. That was just one issue, and it's all right. And I would like to address your concerns too. The other thing that I have heard rumor of, and is that the board is considering getting rid of our CA President Lakey board. I am deeply disappointed to hear that you would consider that. In the short time that I have known her and known her involvement in this community, everything that I know she has done has been for the betterment or to serve this community, including getting on a deck and being an official in a summer swim league, going to a Halloween party, and I've heard a million stories like that, spending all day at a Halloween trunk or treat out of the trunk, whatever you call that thing, and spending the whole day there dressed in a costume and making the community better. I'm sure other people will get up and tell you other stories. I'm pretty sure, at least. I have formerly been a civil servant and will tell you that I've worked under a number of leaders. And what I can tell you is that in my experience around the community and all the services that we use from the CA, which are extensive for my family, all the employees I've ever talked to about Lakey really love her and have a lot of respect for her. And so I would ask that if you're considering getting rid of her, please change your mind, go the other way. I really have appreciated that she's here and the work that she's done. Anybody ask any questions?
Any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for the time.
Next we have Sky Anderson. Sky? Sky? Circle back. Sky online?
No, she's...
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that.
Good evening. I'm Sky Anderson from Claris Forest. Thank you for this opportunity tonight. I feel a little bit uncomfortable with the operation of this board and its method of being involved so very much in that is not under your jurisdiction but belongs to the staff. But that's just my opinion as a result of experience on various boards and the board trainings that I've had. I think of CA as a Venn diagram of 3 intersecting circles, with one circle being the board, one circle is Lake Eaner staff, and one circle is the residents and homeowners of CA Columbia. Each 2-circle pair may overlap, but only to an extent. For example, board members are also residents, but they are not staff. Residents may overlap with staff and with board members. Staff members may overlap with residents, but not board members. This overlap is responsible also for the types of duties. Basically, the board sets policy and the staff carries it out. Think of the board as military officers and the staff as the NCOs, the non-commissioned officers, along with the rest of the enlisted personnel. Some people say a board doesn't do any work, but rather assigns work, and the staff accomplishes the work on a day-to-day basis under Lakey's direction, oversight, and supervision. If the board is not satisfied with the staff, they go to Lakey, and if her staff does not handle it, she replaces the staff. Let me say this in a slightly different way. The board approves the work of the staff, but the board should not do the work of the staff. The staff provide the continuity over many years, along with professionalization, while the board can overturn each year or two, thus losing much historical and cultural knowledge. The staff, more or less based on their continuity, are the SMEs, the subject matter experts. The board, on the other hand, are good, well-meaning people, not experts, but just your neighbors, who study the issues brought before them and make decisions to the best of their ability, knowing they are not the experts. On another note, tomorrow is Veterans Day. I'd like everyone to spend a moment to think a grandparent, a parent, a spouse, or a child who has served in the military or is still serving. And remember, the definition of a veteran is someone who, at one point in their life, wrote a check payable to the United States of America for an amount of up to and including their life. That is an honor. There is at least one veteran on the current CA board, plus a CA attorney. And today is also the 247th anniversary of the Marine Corps. Once a Marine, always a Marine. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Bill.
Just a quick comment, Sky. Thank you for your service.
And thank you for your service, Bill.
And thank you. Next, we have Martin Oltmans, representing CAT members.
Representing who?
CAT members.
Good evening. I'd ask for 5 minutes because I'm representing a group.
Yes.
Thank you. Before I ask my fellow team members to stand this evening, I have a story I need to share with the CA board about service. I am not from Columbia. My father was an officer in the military, and my mother was a school teacher, and we were transplanted to Columbia when I was 13. I lived in 2 different countries, 4 states, and the territory of Guam at different points in my father's service in the military. Upon moving to Columbia, we were given books by my father about the planned community and everything that it was going to be and how happy and excited we were to move here. I experienced the exact opposite. Upon arriving in Columbia, the shorts and sandals wearing kid from California, and was immediately, and used Midwestern terms like pop and soda, was bullied, left isolated, and immediately alone in this area. For the first 6 months of my time here, I had no friends and nobody. Upon that time, I found the CA Pathways. I joined the cross-country team at Wild Lake at River Hill. Well, Wild Lake was there, and I had a map that my father shared with me of all the paths, and I ran every CA pathway and created a love of my life traveling our paths, riding my bike, and it still continues to this day where I regularly walk our open space and commute to work by bicycle because of my love and the vision of Rouse and all this planned community. The second thing that happened was I was told I had to get a job. Behind my home in Clary's Forest, there was a pool, and I went and applied for that job. And because I was told if I didn't get it, I was being shipped back to our home in South Dakota for the summer to lift hay bales and do other tasks that I did not want to do. And I rode my bike over to the swim center like so many of our young team members, and I took a water test and failed. All the different team members throughout that swim center took time over the next 2 months to help coach me and to help get me through that water test, which has led to a 25-year career here at the Columbia Association. Tonight, I'm here to serve those team members and read this letter in support of Lakey Boyd. If all those team members would please stand who are here with me tonight. The collective mission of the Columbia Association is to enhance the quality of life for our unique, diverse community. As team members, we recognize that it takes a commitment to service, constant pursuit of inclusion, engagement with our stakeholders, and stewardship of our resources. Team members of CA believe the President, CEO, Lakey Boyd, truly embodies the values of our organization and is moving us in the direction of positive change in this community. Lakey joined CA about 1.5 years ago, taking on the leadership role as the organization struggled to emerge from the still lingering effects of the pandemic. Immediately, her presence was felt with all of us and within the key community and externally. Lakey has provided the clarity to the purpose of CA and demonstrates that in her actions every day. In addition to the clear impact she has already had in the community, Lakey is taking meaningful steps to garner team member feedback, connect with team members at all levels of our organization, create more efficient business operations, encourage a more inclusive environment for our workplace and community, foster collaboration and innovation across our departments, and overall make our team members feel valued. This is all the benefit of both CA and those we serve in our community today. By signing this petition, team members are showing our unwavering support of Lakey Boyd in her role as President CEO of CA. We understand that the evolution of this organization is vital to meet the changing needs of our community, and we believe Lakey's leadership is critical to working toward a CA that best serves Columbia. And I will be sharing that list with you of the 156 team members tonight in a support of our President and CEO. Everybody knows that when I speak, and I was already asked if I was going to have a Star Wars quote or what I was going to end with this evening, and instead I'm going to have a message of hope, not rebellion, from Walt Disney. You can design and create and build the most wonderful place in the world, but it takes people to make the dream a reality. We are the people. We're here, and we serve our members and guests, and we are here to support our president. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions from the board? Jenny.
Marty, hi. I see you around the club all the time, or the pools. I want to thank you for your presentation. It was excellent, and I am sorry about what happened to you the first 6 months when you came here, but you're strong. You succeeded.
Well,
and I want to
because of
thank
these people.
all your team. I see them all the time in the clubs, what you do, and you're phenomenal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for all your hard work.
Yeah.
Next, we have Philip Dodge, representing the Downtown Columbia Partnership.
Good evening. My name is Philip Dodge. I am the Executive Director of the Downtown Columbia Partnership. I'm here tonight to read a letter from the Downtown Columbia Partnership, the Downtown Columbia Arts and Culture Commission, the Third, and Meriwether Post Pavilion. We are writing today with a dual purpose, to express our support for the Columbia Association President and CEO, Lakey Boyd, and to share our concerns about the behavior of Columbia Association's Board of Directors. Each of the undersigned organizations regularly partners with CA on projects that reflect a shared goal of making Columbia an outstanding community in which to live, work, and play. We are uniformly pleased with our relationships with Ms. Boyd, her senior staff, and team members. Their professionalism, dedication, and creativity are apparent every day. As you guys know, CA's operations are complex and require professional expertise, which Ms. Boyd has demonstrated by beating her budget in first year as president and CEO, realigning teams to make operations smoother, increasing internal DEI efforts, recruiting high-caliber senior staff, modernizing communication efforts, and enhancing employee morale by celebrating her team's work. I'm going to ad-lib for a second. That's pretty apparent, the part about increasing team morale. Nice work. In addition to her management skills and leadership, we are moved by Ms. Boyd's willingness to speak out on issues that matter to our community and remind us the values upon which Columbia was founded. From re-envisioning program to better reflect demographic makeup and cultures of the community, to working with Howard County Library System and Howard Community College to build a space for younger and traditionally underrepresented individuals to speak up and speak out, to highlighting the community operations team through the exhibit Quiet Pride, these actions bring the vision of Columbia to life. At the same time, we have grown increasingly alarmed by CA's board members' efforts to undermine their chief executive, thwart her progress, and staff attempts to micromanage operations and hobble progress. It's evident watching overlong board meetings, which also frequently reveal lack of preparation by some board members, and the disrespect for Ms. Boyd and the senior staff whose opinions and recommendations are routinely ignored even when such counsel involves fiduciary, legal, and ethical matters. Board members consistently evidence a lack of understanding of their roles and responsibilities. The community, including other civic and business leaders, has embraced both CA's president and her focus. We want and expect that our representatives on the CA board will do the same. We are watching, the community is watching. Do better, be better. We know you can.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Just one. Just a question. Ms. Parker has signed Meriwether Post Pavilion. Signing for IMA, or is she signing for DCAC? What's the?
She's certainly not signing for the Downtown Columbia Arts and Culture Commission because that's clearly signed by Ian Kennedy.
But they own the pavilion, so she's signing for the pavilion. That's part of DAC. So I'm trying to figure what organization, or is she just signing as an individual?
I think she's signing for the pavilion and the operator, and I think you can figure that out.
Well, I don't want to make assumptions. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you. Next, we have Amy Brooks.
I'm just an individual. Do you want to give me 3?
3.
Ooh, okay, started. Greetings, my name is Amy Brooks, and I teach 9th and 10th grade English at Oakland Mills High School. I am also a very proud resident of Oakland Mills Village. I'm here because I'm excited about some recent interactions I've had with CA, specifically at OMHS. I worked on an outdoor classroom space at my high school, and 2 weeks ago, 2 managers, Tavia and Kevin, joined us for the first community gathering in that space. They talked with a large group of students about what people can do at various CA locations, and then led a brief meditation activity that even included optional aromatherapy. After the presentations, they joined other organizations like Upcycle, the HOCO Library, CEI, and OMO to provide freebies for our students in our audience and all others who passed by at school dismissal. By showing up to our school and meeting teens where they were, literally, it was clear they made a positive impression on everyone in attendance. Last week, I had the privilege of hosting CEO President Lakey Boyd and Community Outreach Coordinator Robin Stinson, along with my principal, Dr. Jeff Fink. We debriefed about that community event and discussed ways to work together in the future. Lakey was quick to point out that CA should be a resource that school leaders can contact when a need or opportunity arises. She emphasized that CA wants to connect with students and their families so that more people will feel welcome to access resources like our nearby ice rink, neighborhood pools, camps, etc. We are all very excited about creating a stronger pipeline of students to CA job opportunities. These recent visits are just the beginning. Building relationships take time, and I would argue that winning over high schoolers is more challenging than one might assume. Consistent presence and genuine care are two essential components needed to establish trust and true connection. When CA successfully engages young people where they already gather, they're impacting everyone in that child's circle. Word spreads, CA locations are the place to hang out. CA jobs are the ones you want to get instead of fast food or retail. CA parks are beautiful places to plan family fun. People feel personally connected to staff members they repeatedly see and interact with. Naturally, they'll feel more open to signing up for programming. This is how CA will thrive as a source of connection, health, and growth. I know that my colleagues are thrilled that Lakey cared enough to come to our space to listen to the needs of our school community. We are rooting for her and for CA to continue in this direction. Columbia deserves leadership like this, a CEO president who wants the best for the people she serves. Lakey has my support as an HCPSS educator, OM resident, parent/taxi driver to several part-time CA employees, a Tiger Shark swim mom, and a dog owner who uses CA Pathways daily. The board was wise to hire such a forward-thinking, accessible leader. Please continue to empower her to continue to do the best she can for us, the residents of Columbia.
Do you have any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Willie Flowers, NAACP, Howard County.
Good evening, board, Mr. Chairman, and the rest of the board members. Good evening, Member Dick. I'm from Dorsey Search, so I'm proud to see you here today. Real quick, I feel the spirit that's in the room, and I want to compliment Lakey Boyd for even coming to Columbia to serve, because as everybody knows, 6 months before she arrived, there was limited activity with the CA, and during that period of time was, quite frankly, when the community needed the CA. And so when she came on board, everyone was excited. I personally, representing my organization, reached out to her, hoping to get a positive response from her. I, didn't think it was going to be possible. She responded very positively, and she met with our organization. Not only did she meet with our organization, but she highlighted and laid out, her vision for what she wanted to do with Columbia with respect to what was going on the ground. I warned her that this was a town full of passive-aggressive people. No offense to anybody here. I warned her, and because I thought I was trying to protect her from what would happen if she got too far out being a leader in a place that she was new to. Having not been from this community myself and coming here, let me tell you, coming here with the excitement of what the perception is of Columbia, because some of the activities that we've discussed here tonight are inconsistent with the progress that's shared with the marketing of Columbia and Howard County, and that's very unfortunate. I share that because, like her and many other people in this room, we come to this community hoping that all of that is true. And as you have heard tonight, and I don't have to double down on it, and I'll just say that it is not true, and it can be interpreted as a myth about the glory of Columbia. But I want to say quickly that I came here to support President Lakey Boyd, but I'm really here to support you guys, because you have the opportunity to support someone who has the talent, skill, and ability to pull off what we're talking about and what we need at this time in Columbia. I want to highlight two individuals who are afoot at doing this. One of those individuals is the president of the public library system in Howard County. She's doing an outstanding job. Not only is she doing what we expect President Lakey Boyd to do, the hope that she could do, She has the support of her Board of Trustees. This is Tonya Akins. She has the support of her Board of Trustees, has significant outreach skills as it pertains to diversity, equity, inclusion, and propelling programs that are significant, not just to the library system, but the energy of it has inspired this entire community. And I say that as an African-American man, I say that as the president of the oldest and the largest civil rights organization on the planet, that her actions are exciting to me. And I also highlight the presence of Dr. Daria Willis, who's at the Columbia Community College. Highlight her because she's new to this community, has been here less time than President Boyd. Highlight these two people because when I saw this trifecta, I thought it was going to be exciting to see all these ladies do their thing. And then I get a message last week about the actions of this board, which were disappointing to me, completely disappointing. And I think it's disappointing to the rest of the community. And I want to lay it down that we expect more. I don't plan to admonish anybody. I mean, you're all volunteers, right? I don't plan to do that, but I do want to encourage you that we're your cheerleaders. We pay the taxes, we pay the liens, all that kind of thing. But and I celebrate because I'm a runner. I'm on several things. My son's on the swim team. There's a long list of things that are value to me as a resident of Dorsey Church. But it's also the case that when you have this opportunity to support a leader who is here, she didn't come here to get booted off of a job in a couple of months. She came here to do her job. And as you see from the setup in the background, everybody's here to support her. And we just encourage you to do the same thing. So I want to close my remarks with that. I want to double down on the fact that we all expect the best for Columbia. And it shouldn't be the case that someone who's 30-something years old is recording a story about when he came here and he was left to feel like an outsider. But the beauty of his story is that he found his balance with the CA, and that's what this organization should be about, meeting people where they are.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Any questions? Thank you. Next we have Christy Lanson. Christy?
Hello. I'm sorry, just one second here. No background there. Good evening. My name is Christy Lassen, and I am a resident of Harper's Choice. I'm here to testify as a longtime resident of Columbia, first in Oakland Mills and now in Harper's Choice, about the board of directors. Shortly after we moved here in 2000, Deborah McCarty was ousted as CA's president. While the board searched for her replacement, they asked two high-level staff members to serve as interim president before hiring one of them, Maggie Brown. Alas, board members decided they didn't like her either and tried to fire her while she was ill with cancer. Her replacement, Philip Nelson, was fired after a short tenure. Milton Matthews was held under the board's microscope until he left. And now Lakey Boyd is on the hot seat. Do you see a pattern here? The issue is not Lakey, Milton, Philip, Maggie, or Deborah. The issue is a board of directors who has shown repeatedly and over the course of at least 2 decades that they have no idea how to be a professional or functional board. But instead of acknowledging past mistakes and trying to make things better, there are members of this board who continue to do what hasn't worked in the past. They continue to disregard boundaries, micromanage the staff, continually revisit decisions, and hold on to power. There are members of this board who believe that they know best for Columbia, despite the fact that they in no way represent Columbia, unless the population is over the age of 70, white, and majority male. Spoiler alert, it's not. Columbia is majority female, less than half white, and only 16% of residents are over the age of 65. In fact, the median age is 38.7. The system is broken. When I mentioned to one board member that I wished CA's elections attracted more voters as we stood together at a polling place on primary day, the board member asked who I would get rid of. Wow, that sounds like the playbook of a political party that didn't get the red wave they were expecting on Tuesday. Hold on to power at all costs. Disenfranchise voters who don't support them. Make voting as complicated as possible. Another board member said he didn't appreciate Lakey's behavior, as if she was 5 years old. What a paternalistic attitude. I always remind my daughter to look for the good people in this world. Some of them are on this board. I appreciate the members of the village boards who have written letters of support for Lakey, despite one of them having a representative who was part of the cabal trying to fire her. People are watching, more than ever before. We appreciate how Lakey has engaged the community. She has been more present at community events and more engaged than almost every member of this board, and we will not let you fire her without a fight. Live up to Rouse's vision to be a welcoming and inclusive community for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Linda Frazier. Linda, are you there? I will circle back to Linda. Next, we have Beverly White Seals, representing Community Foundation of Howard County.
Yes, I'm representing the Community Foundation of Howard County, and with me I have Stephen Sass, who's our board chair, as well as Dee Athey, who's our Director of Grants and Community Engagement. I want to talk about the grant partnership between the CA and the Community Foundation. But let me, for those of you who are relatively new to the board, let me just give you a little bit of information about the Community Foundation. It was established in 1969 by James Rouse. We're the oldest community foundation in the state of Maryland. Our mission is to inspire lifelong giving and connecting people, places, and organizations to worthy causes across Howard County and beyond. We issue grants each year to local nonprofits which provide services to those living in Howard County. CA began using the grant-making services of the Community Foundation around 1989. It is my understanding that over the past few years, CA has provided grants to the Community Foundation each year to be dispersed to local nonprofits ranging from $85,000 to $150,000, depending on the CA budget. These grants come from the CA discretionary funds, and they're only used for organizations that provide services to people living in the villages of Columbia. Grant recipients are advised that the funds emanated from CA, and they are encouraged to write thank you letters to the board of CA. In 2017, or around that time, CA and the Community Foundation entered into an agreement which would provide the Community Foundation with a fee for the extensive services we provide. That fee was usually around 10%. When COVID hit, we no longer received those grant-making funds. The Community Foundation pulled some of those assets from our endowment, but needless to say, during the years of the pandemic at its peak, many nonprofits were not able to receive as much support as they otherwise would have. And this was at a time when nonprofits really did need that extra support. It's my understanding that CA's budget is now much more in line. We're all getting through that COVID period, and I would like to have that partnership rekindled. The Community Foundation respectfully requests a grant from the CA board of $120,000, of which $108,000 would go to local nonprofits and $12,000, or 10%, would come to the Community Foundation as a fee. Now, briefly, since I've been sitting here and listening to all the conversation, on a more personal note, I've lived in Howard County for 40 years. I worked for 20 years for James Rouse at the Rouse Company. I have known every single president of the Columbia Association, and I've known many board members. I really do hope that the leadership of the organization in Mrs. Boyd, as well as the board of directors, will find a way to reach an amicable resolution. Columbia is so important to all of us, and we need coherence in our leadership and stability. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alan?
Yeah, I'm just curious, more personal question. How long have you been involved with the foundation at any level?
Yes, I've been involved personally as president for 10 years. My husband was on the board of the foundation for, I believe, 6 years. His name was Dr. Jerry Seals.
My mother was on the board back in the late 70s or 80s.
Yes,
so
that's when my husband would have been on the board as well.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you. Next, we have Rebecca Beal. Rebecca, are you out there?
I am. Thank you. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to be here virtually. I don't feel very well. I am here to read the letter I wrote on behalf of the Harper's Choice Community Association. So I'm just going to read it. Dear members of the CA Board, the Harper's Choice Community Association, or HCCA, would like to state support for sentiments stated by CA President Lakey Boyd. In her October 25th, 2002 blog reflections, she accurately describes Columbia as both one of the most desirable and livable communities in the country, while also acknowledging racial and ethnic disparities in Columbia as researched by the Howard County Library Systems Report, Inequality Within, Issues of Inequality Across Communities. HCCA stands with her in her desire to make CA and Columbia better for all. In Lakey's words, the only way to change systems to better serve all people is to have diverse representatives participate in a variety of engagement methods. We need everyone in Columbia to help make CA better, not just for the few who know the way it used to be done, or for the most vocal individuals, or for those who have more resources or more time. It needs to include everyone. The HCCA appreciates the nuanced assessment of Columbia and echoes the vision of broad community engagement. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be here tonight.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Hope you feel better.
Bill.
Thanks, Alan.
Hi, good evening. Bill Santos. Just wanted to ask, as chair of one of the village boards, have you had any success in increasing the diversity of the members of your board? And would you give any advice as to how, through the village election process, which you run, we could get more diversity on this board?
That is a very hard question that would take probably forever to analyze, but I do want to say one of the things that we did is like really network and ask people and ask people and ask people and ask people. I think that that is very helpful. We have a fairly diverse board. But I think that is the way of engaging people, is by just asking and asking and asking and asking, which is part of what I think this is bringing up for our whole entire community. But I do think it's worth spending a fair amount of time thinking about that. This has been an issue for the CA board for a very long time. And I don't think that there's been a lot of deep work in, in working to diversify the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you. Next, we have Tina Horn representing the Wild Lake Community Association. Tina? We'll circle back to Tina. Next, we have Kevin McKaylee representing the Wild Lake Community Association.
We'd have two people doing the same.
Oh, we'll give them
We
5
played it
minutes.
safe tonight.
Hello, my name is Kevin McAlilly. Good to see you guys. I'm with the Wild Lake Village Board. I'm chair of the board. The board met on November 7th and wanted me to read this statement. Wild Lake Community Association has voted to unanimously support Lakey Boyd in her current role as Columbia Association President and CEO. Ms. Boyd is recognized as the face of the new CA and has become the trusted representative of the corporation. She interfaces with our residents, attends local school, business, and nonprofit organization functions, events, and meetings. She seeks relationships with business owners, entrepreneurs, community leaders, and open space users. Ms. Boyd converses with students and parents at educational facilities in our village. The interaction leaves students, teachers, staff, and community members aware that someone is listening to them. She exhibits professionalism, steadfast leadership, and is willing to have a team member research and return analysis and feedback. Ms. Boyd can also be seen as a change maker because she has taken next generation technology and communication that meets residents where they are. Interaction is easy, frequent, and reliable. We believe Ms. Boyd embodies the values of Columbia and delivers value to Columbia via her effectiveness and efficient use of staff, tools, and resources. Wild Lake Community Association became aware of the October 27, 2022 Columbia Association Board of Directors meeting and is concerned about any possible removal of Lakey Boyd from her position without having served her contract term. We support Ms. Boyd in her role as the President and CEO of Columbia Association. Sincerely, Wild Lake Village Board.
Any questions? Thank you. Next, we have Heather Schaefer. Heather? And we'll circle back to Heather. Next, we have Ira Brody, representing IAT.
Good evening, Chairman Greenberg, President Boyd, CA board members. My name is Ira Brody, and I'm the Director of Operations for the Inner Arbor Trust. I'm also relatively new to the Columbia community, having only been here for about 7 months, so it's been an interesting experience. Unfortunately, Nina Basu couldn't be here this evening due to some family matters that came up, and I'm here instead on behalf of the trust. I want to thank the CA, including the board, president, and staff for your support for the Inner Arbor Trust and our mission to promote and nurture a park in a unique natural setting for a variety of arts and culture experiences that enrich the entire community. We take our role as protectors and advocates for Symphony Woods seriously, as well as our role to activate the entire space, including the chrysalis and the woods, on behalf of and in support of the entire community. Serving the community is a fundamental part of what we do, and we're thrilled to have so many participate with us. To the trust, DEI is more than just an acronym or a trend. It's fundamental to our organization. I'm thrilled to be able to help bring high-quality arts and culture programming that celebrates our community's diverse heritage, from community festivals including Holy, AAPI, and Pride, to the Caribbean Festival and Latin Music Festival slated to launch this year, as well as concerts and kids programming featuring artists that reflect our diversity. We thank our Programming Advisory Committee for their guidance and insight, and many community members who are part of our season. I'm here tonight with 2 requests. First, that CA complete the FY 2023 grant, as the trust has completed all of the requirements placed on the grant by the CA board. And second, that the CA board include the Inner Arbor Trust in its FY 2024 budget. I believe there's correspondence to the board from Nina on behalf of the trust with details on both of these. I want to tell you a bit about the value the trust provides to both CA and the community for these grant funds. By the numbers, this year we served nearly 20,000 audience members for arts programming, almost all for free. Next year, we anticipate serving an even larger audience as COVID wanes and things become more normal. The grant funds CA provides are the only portion, or only a portion of the trust's operating funds, and the rest of our operating funds and most of our programming funds come from sponsorships, grants, earned income, and other sources. Operating funding from CA allows the trust to cover overhead expenses and enable the trust to operate and leverage large capital grants. This year, the trust obtained county and state grants for almost $4 million over 3 years, allowing substantial progress toward the further development of the park in accordance with the trust and CA approved. The trust and CA approved community-focused concept plan. In addition to the grant request of CA, the trust actively pursues additional grants, such as the one we received from the Chesapeake Bay Trust that enabled us to install our 5th conservation landscape with Howard EcoWorks. Throughout the year, we have continued to work closely with CA to maintain and preserve this space. And this weekend, we're working with a scout troop to install a bike repair station, which will encourage additional use of the pathways through the park. With your continued support, the Trust looks forward to another fantastic season of free arts and culture for the entire community. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Colin.
Yeah, I wasn't on the board when the concern about the last grant, or the, whatever you would call it, the uncompleted grant. In the 30 seconds or less, can you tell me what was not completed and why you think it is completed? Because I understand there's some controversy about that.
So my answer is, to the best of my knowledge, the trust has met all of the terms and conditions of the grant, but the money hasn't been forthcoming.
But you're not aware of what terms and conditions you're not
Unfortunately, I'm unable to answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I believe the terms and conditions were the audited financials for 19, 20, and 21, as well as a plan for the audited financials for 22. Mm-hmm. I believe that's what the conditions were. Any further questions? Dick first.
And those audits have been submitted, that is correct. Thank you.
Jenny?
Just my compliments to all the free programming that you do for the diverse community that we have. Thank you. I think we all appreciate that. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Richard Bannister. Richard?
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good.
I'm actually here really just to thank the board. Usually I'm here in opposition to the Lake Elkhorn project, and because we only have 3 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever, I don't really feel. I've always wanted to educate the board and put over my opinion as to the merits of this project. But I really do appreciate the board taking our comments seriously, listening to us, reading the stuff that we've sent you, and it's Thanksgiving, so basically, I want to thank the board for your attention in this. And I know I've heard some comments coming back, like some people have said, I wish we'd known this before. What we've been trying to tell the board about this project. There's been a lot of errors made from Columbia Association. There's been a lot of incorrect information, misleading information, and it's very confusing. And people have accused the board of being confused by this project, and I'm still confused. I'm confused as to why we were told a couple of drain pipes were gas lines. I'm confused about that. I've had no response about that at all. I brought that up over a year ago. I don't know if it was a mistake or an intentional misstatement. It just hangs out there. But I do appreciate the board struggling with this and just try to educate yourselves about this. There's a lot to learn. I took several weeks off from my business to learn about this project and to write my comments in opposition to the U.S. Corps of Engineers and the Maryland Department of Environment. And it takes a lot. It takes a lot to understand this project, and just and to actually see how Columbia has failed in its previous restoration projects. I mean, even like we heard that it might save 30% on dredging. It might, but it might increase dredging by 30%. It might. Might is not good enough. We don't have any data to support these claims. And so, yes, I do appreciate the board taking our comments seriously. And with that, I'd like to just wish you all a very happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Dan Byrne representing the CASLT.
Representing what?
The CA Senior Leadership Team.
The what?
The CA Senior Leadership Team.
Good evening. I'm a resident of Owen Brown, thanks Andy, but as noted, that's not why I'm here tonight. I'm also the Vice President of Community Programs and Services for Columbia Association. I am here with my colleagues, CFO and Senior Vice President Susan Krabby, Vice President of Community Operations, that's giving you my job. Community Operations, Dennis Matty, General Counsel Michael Annington, Lynn Schwartz, Director of Finance, Tim Pinnell, Director of Marketing, Janet Longren, Board Operations Coordinator, and Armsby Carbone, the Director of IT. Some of us have only seen one president, Lakey. Some of us have seen them all. But collectively, with nearly 100 years of combined service to CA, we've seen a lot. When I came here 7.5 years ago, like many of my colleagues, became because of what Columbia and what Columbia Association stood for. And in those 7.5 years, a lot has happened, but this is not one of them. I never expected to be standing here having this conversation. But I'm here today with my colleagues because about 2 weeks ago, Lakey asked a question, a very legitimate question about a rumor regarding her position. As a staff member and for team members here, that's very disconcerting. Even more disconcerting is the relative silence that that question has been met with in the intervening 2 weeks. It is incredibly disappointing, as you heard from the community, as you heard from the team members, and from the senior leadership team of this organization. So we felt it was imperative to lift our voice up to fill that silence. But apparently we're just joining the crowd because others feel that silence is also very disconcerting and not appropriate. So the statement from the senior leadership team: as members of the Columbia Association senior leadership team, we express our unequivocal, wholehearted support for Lakey Boyd as the president and CEO of this organization. 6 current board members were on the board when Lakey was hired in May of 2021. This was after a comprehensive nationwide search conducted by a competent independent search firm. The CA board chose wisely in 2021. After 18 months on the job, Lakey has demonstrated outstanding leadership. She has delivered excellent results by all measures: financial, operational, community engagement, and has improved CA's reputation in the community and improved CA's team members' morale, as you can clearly see tonight. However, over the last 4 years, we have witnessed a decline in the respect and support due to Lakey and the positive work she has accomplished during her tenure. If the board would embrace the productivity gains, culture enhancements, leadership development, deeper community engagement, and building bridges to lead CA through the pandemic and future challenges that have occurred under Lakey's leadership, the CA Board of Directors and President and CEO could be seen as partners of change. This is the mission of this organization that we work towards every day. And rather than distracting us from our community-focused work efforts, it will enhance the positive traction under Lakey's leadership in building the community, is building through the community through improved programs, services, and initiatives. For the record, very clearly, we fully support Lakey as our president and CEO because of her outstanding character, vision, and leadership. We will stand in solidarity with her in our community, continue to foster meaningful and productive ways to serve the mission of CA.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? No, thanks. No questions. Next we have Allison Hickman.
Hello, I'm here on behalf of the staff and the board of Columbia Festival of the Arts in my current capacity as board chair. The Columbia Festival of the Arts has been a premier provider of a broad-based and diverse lineup of the arts serving Columbia, Howard County, and the region since it was founded in 1987. Our marquee event, the Columbia Festival, including Lake Fest, the Columbia Film Festival, and an evolving and ever-changing mix of arts from many disciplines have garnered national acclaim. For that, we owe a nod of gratitude to our community partners. And we have enjoyed a long and productive history of successfully reaching out to community partners within Columbia and the region. The past few years of working closely with CA and many other organizations supporting the arts in our community have reinforced our strong conviction that Lakey Boyd, as CA's president and CEO, is a strong advocate for all Columbia community organizations such as ours and others that serve to enhance the lives of Columbia and county residents. From our experience in working with Ms. Boyd, among her many strengths has been her willingness to meet with numerous community stakeholders, to actively listen with humility, and an openness to learn from others about their perception of what is working and suggestions about what can be done better. In addition to listening, she takes decisive action on suggestions. From our perspective of decades of dealing with community partners, we have found Ms. Boyd's unique ability to bring people and organizations together in partnership, including in pursuit of the goal of ensuring that all community voices, perspectives, and cultures are more equally represented, values upon which Columbia was founded, to be a very rare and valuable gift to the arts community and by extension, our community as a whole. As a recent example of such leadership, in response to community feedback that the artists previously featured at CA events did not represent our diverse community, CA, under Ms. Boyd's leadership, partnered with CFA to diversify the selection of music at the Columbia Lakefront. The result of this effort was a new and successful series, Lakefront Live, which featured a diverse set of musicians representing various cultures, languages, and geographic regions. Ms. Boyd recognized CFA as a trusted partner in this endeavor, not only for our long history of presenting professionally staged events, but also in light of our mission to provide arts and entertainment for a broad and diverse community. Lakefront Live was well received by the community and would not have been possible without the swift, decisive actions taken by Ms. Boyd. This is the type of leadership our community needs moving forward to continue such successes. Thank you for the opportunity to express our strong support for Lakey Boyd and what her vision and leadership has meant to CFA and to the arts community in Howard County.
Any questions? Thank you. Next we have Michael Kolibrasuk. Michael, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
There we go.
Representing Owen Brown.
Yes, Representative Owen Brown. So I'm just here to read a letter that's the Owen Brown Village Board sent y'all a week ago, but just wanted to read it. It's going to talk a whole lot about how you account for depreciation assets in your budget. That's a joke. It's going to talk about Lakey. Owen Brown Community Association, which is to communicate our unanimous and unequivocal support of Ms. Lakey Boyd and her position as CA President and CEO. Ms. Boyd has brought renewed energy, professionalism, intelligence, and engagement to CA. For too long, CA has simply talked about the values Columbia was founded on. Ms. Boyd has found public ways to put those values into practice. Ms. Boyd has emphasized data-driven decision-making that will lead to more efficient use of CA resources and deliver more value to everyone paying the annual charge and or membership fees. Ms. Boyd, despite being new to the area, has become a valued member of the community. She visibly supports other organizations throughout the community, attempting to implement positive change. During her tenure, CA staff has been motivated and more responsive to engagement from the community. At Owen Brown, this has manifested itself as better engagement with open space crews as we've worked to improve the landscaping around Lake Elkhorn and other open space areas. Unlike her predecessor, Ms. Boyd has proactively engaged the villages. She's attended Owen Brown meetings, listened to our concerns, and provided candid feedback on how CA can support us. Recently, we really appreciated her taking the time out of her Saturday to participate in Owen Brown's 50th anniversary celebrations. In summary, Ms. Boyd both embodies the values of Columbia through her visible leadership and engagement, and delivers value to Columbia through her professionalism and efficient use of CA resources. Just like everyone else, we saw the last meeting, we've been hearing rumors that, from some board members directly that you're considering firing Ms. Boyd. So we wanted to highlight a few of the secondary effects that we're concerned about if you were to go that route. So it could lead to legal disputes that would damage CA's image and needlessly waste money that would be better spent delivering value to the residents. It would cause long-term harm to CA's ability to recruit effective senior leadership for our organization. As many of the staff have demonstrated tonight, it would cause morale issues for the staff. And it would place any replacement of Ms. Boyd would be at an inherent disadvantage. At no fault of their own, anyone replacing Ms. Boyd would have their credentials questioned and unfairly and constantly judged against the high bar Ms. Boyd has set. So Owen Brown hopes that Ms. Boyd continues in her role as CA President and CEO. I just want to add, in talking to a few of you, I know that a common response to this kind of feedback and criticism is to kind of question where it's coming from. And sometimes think that there's some grand conspiracy for it. I'll tell you that's just not the case, right? The people that all spoke on Ms. Boyd tonight, I didn't talk to any of them, right? We're not all coordinating with one another to come up with some grand campaign. I'm not on the payroll of Howard Hughes or anything like that. This is genuinely from the community. We really appreciate the way Ms. Boyd has led the organization, and we really have been disappointed in the unprofessional way that we've seen the board act over the last year or so. And I think that's it.
Alan?
Michael, just one clarification. Did I hear you, when you were reading the letter, did I hear you say that the Owen Brown board has heard from board members that there's an effort underway on the board, by the board?
No, I'm sorry. I was speaking as an individual at that time, not the Owen Brown board, but.
So yes, you have heard from board members that there's an effort by the board to get rid of Lakey?
Yeah, and actually I don't mind saying that Dick Bolton at some of the Santos Sunday meetings has very heavily insinuated that is happening. I wouldn't say that if it was a private meeting, but yes.
Insinuated. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you. I will circle back. Is Linda Frazier out there? Tina Horn? Heather Schaefer? That concludes tonight's resident Speakout. To limit interruptions during the board discussion and voting, all members of the general public participating via Zoom will now be returned to the audience. This means you will no longer be able to show your camera or unmute your audio, but you're more than welcome to stay as an attendee to watch the remainder of this session. You can also watch a live stream on the CA Livestream YouTube page. I'll now take a moment to let staff make this transition. If you're here in person, you're welcome to stay and listen to the rest of the session. In order to ensure the board can conduct business in an efficient and orderly fashion, those in attendance are not to participate in discussions outside the designated resident Speakout time. Please do not interrupt board votes or discussions. Anyone who does not abide by these guidelines may be asked to leave. We appreciate your time and cooperation. Thank you. We'll take 5 minutes. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Could board members please file in? Can we get the door?
I'll get it.
Thanks.
It's noisy.
I'd like to reconvene the meeting. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda, approval of the closed meeting minutes from September 19th and September 29th. Next, we have board votes, the revised draft CEO evaluation process. Do we have any questions or comments on the evaluation process as posted? Oh, can I get a motion to approve the evaluation process? A motion by Dick. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
A second by Brian. Is there any discussion?
I just once again want to say I think that the policy as currently written, providing for a secret vote, I've been opposed to this from the start, and I just want to state once again that I think we ought to amend this policy to have the vote not be done in private.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second Bill's motion.
It's been seconded by Janet. Sorry.
Beat you to it, Andy.
So we got a motion by Brian to, or motion by Bill, second by Janet. Just give me a second to bring this up. Which section are you referring to?
It's the, I got to pull it up here. It's the section on, the vote says that it will be in secret there.
4A?
Yes.
So what's your motion?
That the vote shall be counted in an open vote.
Okay.
In what? An open?
Yeah, so Bill wants to amend the policy to change 4A that the vote shall be counted in an open vote during the meeting?
During the closed meeting. Yes,
during the closed meeing.
Yes.
So I
An
was
open
trying to
vote
get
during
clarification on.
Yes.
during the closed meeting, but it would still be confidential otherwise.
Correct, in accordance with HOA procedure.
Okay. So we got a motion by Bill, a second by Janet. Any discussion? Ginny?
Yeah. As I said before, and I wasn't corrected at the last meeting, Eric and I met with the head of HR, and she went over this and was telling us what changes she thought were needed, et cetera, and I think they've pretty much been implemented. We asked her about the confidentiality. Was that a problem? She said no. And I think we've always done it that way. Now, true that what we thought was confidential somehow got leaked in different ways, which is wrong. But I think it has a chilling effect if you really ask the board members. Since other leaks have occurred, I think with the process here that the chair has set up is to really guarantee that that can't happen again where even the chair doesn't know how people voted. And we will have all these discussions, et cetera. So we've worked with the head of HR, we've worked with the president in setting all this up. I just think it'd be a big mistake, and have a chilling effect on really risking that all this leaks out like it did before. This will prevent that from happening. It was just unconscionable what happened. So that's, I think we need to take a strong stand on that.
Lakey?
First, I'll clarify that you just referenced you worked with the president on this, which you did not. So I want to be clear. There's been no communication on this outside of comments in open meetings, first. Second, you made a comment that you weren't corrected at the last meeting about what the director of HR said, but she has not been in the meeting, so I just want to make it clear, I have no idea what happened in a private meeting with Monica McMillan Ajayi and whether she agreed or not. Lastly, I've said the same thing all along as well. I've never participated in a performance review as a leader and felt that my evaluation needed to be confidential because I stand behind the evaluation. So the idea of there being a chilling effect and then whatever you're referencing about leaks, I think the way that I interpret, or at least my perspective on why it should not be anonymous, is simply each person should stand behind what their assessment is.
Any further comments? Dick?
My understanding of the program is that the board would be talking amongst ourselves prior to that, where everyone would have an opportunity to speak up and state their positions. And it was only the vote that would be confidential.
Right.
So I have a feeling that there'd be plenty of time for the board members to voice their opinions.
Any further questions or comments? Andy, do you have any questions? Because I can't actually see it right now.
Yeah, where is it?
Oh, he's a little box. No,
there you are.
no comments right now.
Okay. Basically, the one comment I have to say is when we operate as a board, not so when we're providing comments, we're providing comments as a board, not 10 individual comments. So that's my general comment. I will, given that there's no further comments, we'll take a roll call vote on the amendment. The amendment is offered by Bill, second by Janet, to replace the word anonymously with open in 4A. Dick?
No.
Ginny?
No.
Andy?
Yes.
Alan?
No.
Bill?
Yes.
Janet?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
I vote against the amendment. It's 1, 2, 4. The motion fails 4-4. Do you have any other comments or questions? I will take a roll call vote on the draft policy itself. Dick?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Janet?
Yes.
Alan?
Yes.
Bill?
No.
Andy?
Yes.
Ginny?
Yes.
I am a yes. The motion passes 7-1.
I have a question, an interpretation of the policy. If an individual board member wanted to disclose to the other board members what their vote was, would that represent a violation of the policy, or is it up to individuals' discretion?
So that would go back to the, I think at that point that would go back to the ethics.
I don't mean to the public, I mean to other board members.
Yeah, so obviously nothing can be addressed to other board members, but during the meeting, people are free to discuss.
Including what their number of vote or whatever this.
They could discuss
vote.
potential, they could discuss, I think this is this or that, and you can go back and forth and discuss that type of thing.
Okay.
But the final vote is confidential. So that brings us to board discussion. 7A is the presentation of the proposed Howard County General Plan update.
So with us tonight is Amy Gowen. She's the Director of the Department of Planning and Zoning for Howard County. Lucky to have her here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting me.
So I was asked to speak to the board tonight about the general plan, HOCO by Design, which we have been working on for the past over 2.5 years. And I was asked to speak on kind of what's happened so far and what's ahead and how to engage in the process. So to that effect, I was going to run through the project milestones, some of the public engagement we've done to date, the future land use map that we're proposing, the draft chapters that we've released, and then I'll talk about a little bit about the next steps. So I always like to start out with a quick reminder of what a general plan is. It is a long-range planning document, and it establishes a clear vision and policies for how and where the county will develop and grow as we adjust to the various changes in our economy, our environment, and social conditions. And it's a 20-year planning tool. Basically, what we do is we project population growth and job growth, and we look at how are we going to accommodate that, and how are we going to balance impacts to our infrastructure. We have done this since 1960. We do about one every 10 years, and the thinking is that the county will change, that our socioeconomic needs are going to change, and we need to be able to respond to them. And so we look to update this plan and our policies every 10 years. And basically, the plan guides the county's decisions as it relates to land development, redevelopment, reuse of existing properties, land preservation, as well as our county services and our capital projects. Basically, it does this by influencing other planning efforts. For instance, the capital budget every year has to be consistent with the general plan. There are other functional plans, such as the bike master plan, Bike Howard, the pedestrian master plan, Walk Howard, the long-range park and recreation plan. All of those other functional plans are more specific plans that all complement and have to be consistent with the general plan. And of course, all of the county's regulations also have to be consistent with the general plan. And we'll be updating our zoning regulations at the end of this process to coincide with the direction of HOCO by Design. And so the next few slides I'm going to go to depict the milestones throughout the planning process. So basically, we didn't begin in earnest until late summer, early fall of 2020, when the guidelines were adopted by the council, and the council also appointed a planning advisory committee, appointed by the executive and the council, sorry. And so these were the major milestones, basically from winter 2022 through the summer. I'm going to go through each of these in more detail. And then this kind of slide brings us up to date today. And really the cornerstone of this whole effort has been unprecedented levels of community engagement throughout the process. And so to start out, our public engagement period that I'll first talk about, well, actually before I go into all of these different forums that we hosted, I wanted to go over just the statistics. This is a snapshot of the engagement that we've done, kind of a high level of where we are in terms of our engagement. We've hosted almost 100 meetings to this point. We've received over 12,000 comments. Yes, we have gone through them all, and we have incorporated many, many of them. We've done targeted engagement through focus groups with some of our more diverse population. We did a utility flyer in the mail to outreach to households. There was 80,000 flyers that were mailed. If anybody remembers walking the parks during COVID, we had signs in our parks, just really trying to get the word out as best we could. And we've received about over 1,200, almost 1,200 survey responses to date. So we really have had some robust commentary on this plan to date, and we're really proud of the amount of engagement that we've been able to garner.
Amy, quick question. I was just curious if you had targets for those when you started. Like, did you have any goals for those engagements?
We didn't, I would say we really didn't have numeric goals. Our big, and I'll talk a little bit about it, but I think for us, our major overarching goal was trying to reach out to populations that don't traditionally participate in planning processes. And most people don't know what a general plan is, don't know how it influences their day-to-day living or whether it even influences their day-to-day living. And so, I mean, I think it's just the eternal planning dilemma of how to engage the populace in some of these, you know, in the different sessions. And so that was our major goal, was like, how do we get everyone to the table? So I do have a slide to talk a little bit about some of those efforts. So some of the, so here's a kind of, this is the initial engagement we did to kind of bring people to the table. And I will say this has been unprecedented on a number of levels. One is just the amount of engagement we did, but also the variety of different types of forums that we hosted, and also the innovative practices that we've done for the first time here. And mind you, this was actually, all of this engagement was early. It was like the winter of COVID, and people were hunkered down in their homes. So it was a little bit of a blessing and a curse at the same time. I think people had time and they had willingness to participate virtually that we might not have gotten in person, but people were obviously also occupied with other things. So anyway, these are some of the engagement forums. We did an on-the-table exercise, and this is one that we actually was very successful in reaching some of our more diverse members of the community. The on the table was a kind of like a small group or informal conversation that you could host with your friends or family. We had a lot of folks that would do like a bonfire chat, and then they would send us their materials afterwards. And it was them talking about what they wanted to see for our county over the next 20 years. So we got some really great feedback with that exercise. We did a board game. It ended up being, it was supposed to be an actual physical game, but we had to convert it to a virtual game. But participants were able to place dots in areas that they wanted to see preserved and areas that they thought had potential for redevelopment or transformation. We did an ideas exchange workshop, which we also had to convert to a virtual platform. And it actually was a simulated room where it looked like you were walking up to different stations. You could learn about the topics in each station and then provide input through a survey. And then we also did the BYOQ, Bring Your Own Questions sessions, which were hosted by staff and our consultants. And I would be remiss to mention that we did have a consulting team that has been working with us. City Explained has been they've been our, based out of North Carolina, but they've been our lead consultant, and then they're working with a team of sub-consultants that have expertise in various areas. So we have a transportation sub-consultant, environmental, we had an agriculture person, and so forth. And I mentioned a little bit about our efforts to engage some of our diverse populations within Howard County, because we are a very diverse county. And so one of the things we did, and we found this to be fairly successful, was we reached out to our community-based partner organizations, and we asked them to try to form small focus groups with their constituencies that they serve. So we did very kind of small, informal discussions, and they were just kind of a different feel than the larger, public forums that we were doing. We were just able to ask, honest and direct questions about what they wanted to see the future of this county look like and what their struggles and their problems were. And so in doing this, we engaged about 100 different individuals, different age groups, different ethnicities, and with the support, again, of some of our partner organizations. We used much of that input to draft our planning themes. And also you'll see within the plan, we followed the American Planning Association's recommendations for best practices for equity in general plans. And so we list that in the plan, and then we have like a flame symbol, which represents policies and actions that we believe are furthering some of those best practices.
I'm just curious, how are you all defining equity in this regard?
Well, that is a really good question. We were asked that the other day, actually, and I don't have a definition to share, but that is something that we are talking about internally as we're getting ready to release the draft. So moving along in our milestones, I talked about the public engagement. We also had, we also had our consultant do a draft assessments. So we did, they did assessments, all the sub-consultants for their areas of expertise. They looked at the existing conditions we have in the county, different programs that we offer, and tried to identify where there's room for expansion or where there's gaps to fill. And so the compilation of those assessments and the input that we received from all of those different planning all the different engagement opportunities is really how we drafted our planning themes or our chapters. And so what are our planning themes? These are the 5 overarching themes that constitute the major policy chapters within the general plan. And I'll run through them quickly. Each one has already been released to the public, and we've taken extensive commentary on them already. But basically, this is where you find all of the narrative around the county's existing conditions, and then policies and implementing actions for where we want to head in the future. And so while I talked about kind of the policy piece, there's also a land use piece to this planning effort, and that was based on land use modeling and a scenario planning process that we engaged in. And so that occurred, that's what we call our scenario modeling and testing. That occurred in spring 2021. We had a number of growth choices workshops that we held with the community, and then again, a survey tool to provide feedback. And so what is scenario planning? Well, it's a quantitative process. We use a modeling software, it's called Community Viz, and it allows us to think about the ways that we can grow as a county and what those impacts are. So we can look at different growth scenarios, and as you see those little thermometer graphic there, we can measure quantitatively what some of those impacts might be, both fiscally and to allow us to plan for our infrastructure. And so through this process, we modeled 4 different scenarios. You'll see them A through D. A was kind of status quo, D was more expansive growth throughout the county, and then B and C were somewhere more moderate in the middle. And I'm not going to go through them, but you see those large dots where the downtown and gateway area, the red indicates the activity centers that we looked at in each scenario. We were able to measure the impacts. We did a fiscal impact analysis for each one. And then we have this a picture of our scenario planning guide for any of you that like to analyze data. And I'm sure we have some out there. It's Columbia, of course. We have the scenario planning guide on our website if you want to take a look at it, along with the fiscal impact analysis, all the assumptions that were used for that fiscal impact analysis. So there's a ton of data out there showing kind of how we came to each of these scenarios. And basically we looked at square footage for industrial, commercial, and we looked at residential units, and we were able to utilize some of our internal modeling to identify like water sewer impacts, things of that nature. And so from there, we didn't pick one. We basically came up with a hybrid. So we picked elements that we received favorable feedback from the community, and we developed a hybrid scenario. And that hybrid has been refined over time, ultimately to result in the proposed future land use map, or what we like to call the flume. This is the latest flume from March 2022. We worked very extensively with our Planning Advisory Committee on this as well. And so we do continue to refine the flume, sorry. But basically, this replaces what's currently in the general plan. I'll show it in a second. But we have our current map has 5 place types. We now have 18 character areas. And this map is it's not intended to be read at the parcel level. It's not a zoning map by any means. It's really intended to be broadly interpreted uses land use categories to evaluate our desired character objectives. And again, it's not looking necessarily, it's guiding the future zoning. It's guiding zoning in terms of identifying character areas that we want to preserve and character areas that we may look to transform. And yes.
Just really quick edit, if you're just going to do characters rather than places, could you rename downtown Columbia as Urban Center or something like that? And, you know, because you place named us and no place else in the county. I saw Turf Valley up there, but I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Actually, I do have one question going back a slide.
Sure.
When looking at this map and I see all the colors, are which of those colors represent something completely different or something new, and which colors sort of represent existing activities?
Well, can I go through 2 slides and then go back to your question?
Sure.
Because I might answer that in the next couple slides. Okay. And so these are basically the character areas. And when I talk about character area, I'm talking about areas that we've identified that have kind of unique and discernible elements to them that we have depicted on the flume. And these are really kind of the character area descriptions. Each one of these character areas will have a whole description associated with it that outlines those kind of defining elements that create a sense of place there or a visitor experience there. And the character areas are categorized from areas to preserve across a spectrum that we call the P-set: preserve, strength, enhance, and transform. That P-set strategy was really kind of the fundamental underpinnings of our whole plan. I mean, we started there and we worked our way into the colorful flume that I just showed you. So obviously areas to preserve are going to be areas where we would intend for the character to remain the same, all the way to areas to transform where we have potential changes more in character for those areas. Some of those are our activity centers and our multifamily communities. And this is really intended to guide the zoning when we update our zoning at the completion
Just a question about definitions of those 4 words. I make an assumption that enhance means add to. Is that accurate?
And we, yes,
And
yes. These would be kind of increasing in the intensity of change.
So is strengthen, keep what is and add more of the same?
And we do in the character area descriptions, we go into a little bit more detail about the categories. Right, so strengthening and enhance are somewhat similar to one another, but enhancing are areas where we are looking to make some more moderate changes to those areas.
Is the multifamily under transform the same multifamily that's under strengthen and enhance? It's at the bottom and then second down.
Good question. I'm trying to remember.
Those are mixed use.
I believe so. I believe that we have 3 because in different areas of the county, it could mean different things. And a lot of these are existing neighborhoods where in certain areas they may have the potential, well, they're all existing neighborhoods.
Yeah, we don't have any,
but,
right, yeah.
But in certain areas they have, meaning they're already a multifamily neighborhood,
right.
So it might be that if it is already a multifamily neighborhood, it is strengthening it to continue to just, to be a vibrant multifamily neighborhood, right? As opposed to in a transform area, it's probably something else now, and we see potential for it to transition into a multifamily neighborhood.
Understood, thank you.
Jenny?
Yeah. Amy, the village centers would be under the category of regional activity center?
No, the village center is under village activity center. Regional activity center is Gateway alone.
Mixed use activity center, okay.
Yes. Well, Gateway is the one and only regional activity center.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will the current zoning allow for this, or were you going to have to change the current zoning?
We'll have to primarily change the current zoning.
Okay, and the other thing is, in terms of open space, credited open space, someplace on here you had open space. Would that be preserved, or would it be credited, or would it just be sort of on the map as open space but not necessarily preserved?
I will say the open space character area is primarily our preserved land and our, kind of regional state parks. I don't know that any of the Columbia credited open space is actually in that preserved category.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that the open space would necessarily be removed by any means. It just means that that open space is either under an easement or it's, like a state park, a major state park, something like that.
Thank you.
Dick?
Amy, welcome. It's always good to see you, and I've been very impressed by this process. I am curious to know how this will affect our covenants, or how our covenants will affect this. Of course, covenants go with the land.
Well, I guess, yes. We're kind of always asked that question from a zoning perspective, but as you know, the covenants are private agreements, and so the county isn't really a party to those. So, the general plan is really going to guide everything that's within the county's purview, our zoning, our subdivision, land development regulations. So anything that's governed by the covenants would remain unless those covenants changed.
Okay, and have you taken the covenants into consideration when you've been thinking about enhancing things or strengthening things, or?
We don't have we don't have access to all of those covenants. Those are, again, since they're private agreements. And so we're really have been looking at this more from the data that the county has available within our own land use database and our modeling software.
Brian?
Yeah, hi Amy, good to see you.
Hey Brian.
Yeah, I see you got industrial areas, and then you got industrial activity areas. And of course, that probably fits in with what Dick's saying about covenants. So when it comes to Columbia, we've got industrial areas evolving to activity areas, which seem to conflict with covenants as well. So are these new industrial areas you're adding? So with Gateway, are you adding these new industrial activity centres like planned ones? Or is this the continual evolving Columbia industrial centres into these activity centres?
So I will say, so in terms of the industrial category, that is primarily the existing industrial land that we have. And we have, there are policies in the general plan that we want to preserve as much industrial land as we can, right? We don't want to lose our industrial land because they're important for jobs and our job base. The industrial, that's a little different than what is new, the proposed industrial activity center. The industrial activity centers are locations, nodes along with the Route 1 corridor, where, might move on to the next, kind of segues a little bit into the next slide, but areas where we think have potential for redevelopment. But we are trying to guide that in a way so that it can occur within the context of other industrial properties. So it could be a mixed-use redevelopment that has light industrial uses within it.
Is this going to affect the way you approach industrial land in Columbia?
I don't believe that, from the top of my head, I don't believe we are proposing any industrial activity centers in Columbia. The three are along Route 1.
Right, but how is it going to change your approach or your monitoring or your oversight of the industrial land in Columbia?
We don't have any, no.
Okay, because industrial land is evolving into activity centres.
Right, well, that's kind of another, that's maybe a separate issue in terms of how the zoning is implemented.
Okay.
So one quick question on the village activity center. So I noticed that that's under areas to transform. So are you is the plan to transform all the village activity centers, or some of them, or?
Thank you for, and this is after the slide. If I didn't answer my question, I'll go back to it.
Okay.
So, so basically, the map on the left is the place type map in Plan Howard 2030, our current general plan. And then obviously our new proposed land use map is on the right. It's not that significantly different. I know it is much more colorful. However, the map on the left, the place type map, we had 5 place types. We had large swaths of pink, which were the growth and revitalization areas. What we've really tried to do is hone in on those pink areas and target where we would most anticipate the potential for activity centers or growth. And so what you'll see is much more targeted areas. So you don't have these kind of large, I mean, the entire Route 1 corridor and the entire Route 40 corridor practically were targeted for growth and revitalization. But from a planning perspective, I mean, it would facilitate school planning, county planning, to be able to better understand where exactly along the Route 1 corridor we would expect to see growth targeted. So, the village centers, the village centers remain unchanged. Each village center was a growth and revitalization area in Plan Howard 2030. We took those, basically they were identified as circles. We took those and we just placed them directly on this flume. So there's really no difference in what's anticipated for the village centers, with the caveat that there is more direction in this new general plan as to what the design and character may look and feel like. But in terms of the amount of growth, there really isn't a fundamental difference between the two.
So just if you can permit a nerdy in a positive sense analogy, it's Hubble versus Webb telescope here, really.
It's what? I'm sorry.
Hubble telescope versus Webb telescope.
But did I answer your initial question?
I guess not quite. So
can you remind me what it was?
Yeah, so the original question was, I think I see 10 dots on there. But so each of the village centers are labeled as a pink dot, and on the previous slide, that category is labeled as for transformation. So is the goal to transform all 10 village centers, and what would that transformation look like?
Right, well, so these are all great questions, and I strongly encourage you to read the general plan when it comes out, because honestly, tonight I was here to talk about what we've done so far. I could probably 2 hours getting into all the details, but there is a lot of detail in the plan as to what we have envisioned for some of those village centers, keeping in mind that they were always slated for redevelopment. And I would even go, I mean, even in all of our projections, all of our land use projections, we've always projected that those village centers would be redeveloped over time, whether it's the data we give the schools, whether it's the data we give our public works department. But since Plan Howard 2030 has been in place, they have been projected for redevelopment. So we're just trying to put a little bit more character, some definition around what that might look like. And when I talk a little bit about some of the workshops that we did with the Columbia community, that's the kind of information that we were trying to get from the community to better understand what their preferences were, their design preferences, so that we could incorporate those into the general plan for when we do the zoning update.
Thanks. Ginny?
Yeah, 2 quick questions. But the village centers, I thought part of the proposal was to allow for mixed use. So you'd have residential as well as retail, which in some of the village centers, you only have retail.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
The other quick question is, with ADUs, if it became a matter of right in residential areas, to get back to Dick's question, I don't think the covenants could really prohibit it, right? I mean, if it's a matter of right, an ADU.
I'm not familiar enough with the covenants to know if they would prohibit it or not. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a very legal question.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry, Ginny. And this is just a zoomed-in version of the activity centers. You'll see for Columbia, it's basically the village centers, downtown or the urban core, gateway, and then a couple employment areas along the Snowden corridor. So much of the work that we did do on the flume and these character areas was in conjunction with our Planning Advisory Committee. So we had a 37-member PAC that was appointed by the executive and the council, and these were members from the community, from different industry organizations, from service providers. We had a representative from CA on the PAC, and I want to personally thank Lakey for her involvement and all of the time her staff put into serving on the PAC and asking some tough questions and providing a lot of great input. But this group really served, they had 10 meetings. We met for hours and hours every meeting for about a year and a half to develop the flume and the character areas and to tackle some of the larger policy issues, such as missing middle housing, water sewer infrastructure. What else did we talk about? Oh, we talked about growth management. And they really were serving as a sounding board on some of these big ideas and key topics and trying to give us the perspective from either their organization or from the community at large. In addition to that, we had three strategic advisory groups that met last spring of 21. And so these were multidisciplinary groups with industry experts, and they kind of served as like a policy think tank for some of the challenges and opportunities that we faced along the way. So we had we call them our SAGs, Strategic Advisory Groups. So we had a school SAG that looked at school planning and population growth and school public facilities. We had a housing SAG that talked about missing middle housing and then continued some of the work of the Housing Opportunities Master Plan. And we had an environmental SAG that looked at climate change, adaptation, mitigation strategies, natural resource protection, et cetera. And each SAG developed like a policy matrix of recommendations, much of which was reflected within the general plan. This can all be found on our HOCO by Design website if you wanted to look at any of their findings.
What income were targeted around the missing middle?
So missing middle in general is, and we have a whole presentation on missing middle, but in general, the concept of missing middle is more of a housing typology that tends to be smaller, so it by nature is more affordable. But it's a market rate unit, and it's really about creating like a multiplex, a duplex, cottage courts, but these smaller homes that tend to be more affordable to like workforce housing. So it is more of that. It is targeted towards that workforce.
So the middle there doesn't mean like median income of Howard County, because my understanding is that we're pretty well stocked with housing for people earning median income, $100,000.
I don't know. I don't know that we're well stocked for moderate income housing. Just seeing the size of the houses that have been coming online over the last few years is it's probably beyond your moderate income.
Janet?
I think along those lines, I'm curious if you ever see a place for tiny homes or like tiny home pockets or communities within this plan.
You mean beyond the kind of conversation with ADUs or?
Yeah, so in and of themselves, because they're affordable, very small land parcels. I realize there's virtually no zoning associated with the tiny houses right now, but I'm thinking in terms of, new graduates or, people in service jobs in some cases, or anyone who might want something that's way cheaper than what you could typically get in Columbia housing stock, even, on the most modest streets. It just seems like an opportunity to increase that.
Yeah, I think that the issue now is that the lots are so large. I mean, you could have a tiny house, but I mean, it doesn't make sense unless it's maybe on a lot with another home, and that's where you kind of get into the ADU conversation.
Right, and I guess that's my question, because I think there needs to be more thought around, can we create these communities where you have a smaller lot and just a tiny home?
We've been doing a lot of work on the missing middle housing. I mean, and that's probably a whole nother discussion, but just talking to the building industry, and there really isn't a an industry prototype even for the missing middle product right now. So, you know, even if we were to be able to zone for these or regulate for these, I don't know that we would see a huge influx until the market kind of demanded it. I think there's a market demand in terms of income levels and people's need for it, but the industry, there is no builder of these.
Amazon builds
large,
them.
so it's more the smaller boutique firms that are starting to venture. But, you know, finding the financing for something like that, if it's not a proven market product, if there's not a model out there, it's hard to finance. So, you know, I think there's definitely a willingness in the building community, but I don't by any means think that we would, you know, start to see a huge influx. If
I know we have people come before us saying, I grew up in Columbia, I can't afford to live here anymore. And so I think, you know, that addresses that issue, so.
Yeah. Okay, where was I? Oh, Newtown Columbia workshops. Speaking of, so last spring, hopefully many of you attended, we did 3 workshops to compile a framework for Newtown with design principles for some of the redevelopment concepts in the plan. And so the first one we did was just really, and this was done by our design consultant, Hand Reichel and Associates, we call MRA. And so they presented general design principles to just better understand to get a sense for how they fit within Columbia and to better understand the preferences from those participating. And we did have pretty decent participation for that. Then taking those principles, we had an open house, and we had about 100 people attend the open house. And so basically in the open house, we showed these illustrative design concepts for redevelopment of the different areas. So village centers, parking lot redevelopment, older apartment complexes. And again, we showed these conceptual redevelopment scenarios from a limited change scenario to a more significant change. So each scenario kind of built on the preceding scenario. And then we took feedback from the public on kind of these different design concepts, elements that folks were interested in seeing. And from that, we did a 3rd workshop, which was what we called the big ideas, but basically that was taking that feedback and then producing these either kind of preferred or potential redevelopment scenarios for each of these areas. And so these scenarios and then the design principles that we tried to articulate within the plan, you'll find these are all now as a Newtown framework element of the plan. And so really a lot of it was about trying to, again, articulate what people want to see, and people tell us what they like, and that's where our designers come in and try to put that into words. You know, how to better connect these areas to the pathway system, and, you know, what should the public space look like? You know, how should we develop an inviting streetscape, et cetera. And so following that, we began to sit down and put pen to paper and start drafting the actual document. So that was last fall and winter. And then starting in March, we started releasing those major chapters where all the policies and implementing actions are. And so we've been doing that from last March up until September. And just to recap very quickly, in March we did Dynamic Neighborhoods, which is the housing chapter that talks about the missing middle, affordable housing opportunities, activity center development, redevelopment. In June, we brought forth Quality by Design, which discussed the rich and varied character of Columbia, and then talked about preservation of our historic resources. In June, we presented Life Outdoors. This is where you see a lot of the recommendations from the Environmental Strategic Advisory Committee. In August, we introduced Economic Prosperity, talking about the county's kind of position as a regional employer and how to promote job growth and economic prosperity within the county. And then finally, County in Motion, which provides recommendations for safe, equitable, and a fiscally sustainable transportation system. And so that brings us to where we are now. So really, at this point, we are finishing up, reviewing all those comments. We did make a number of changes to all of the chapters based on the comments we received. We've also, what we call our technical advisory group, which are all of our other department agencies, are providing us input on the plan right now. So we're incorporating all of that. And we're expecting to release a draft plan after Thanksgiving. And so once that plan is released, we'll have a public review period where hopefully some of your questions will be answered as you read the plan. We will have a couple work sessions with our planning board on the draft plan. Those will primarily be just with staff and the planning board, acquaint them with the plan, answer questions they might have, just kind of go through this whole process and then take their input in advance of bringing a final plan to them for a recommendation to council. And then ultimately, we expect that from there, then we would go through the council process, which we would expect to take several months. I think the last general plan took like 8 to 10 work sessions, so something along that order of magnitude.
Yeah, thank you for all this. Question, a couple of questions. And this came up to me when you were first starting, and it's always been a question for me in terms of the function, or actually more how the general plan gets implemented. And you used words like guide and influence on the one hand, but then you also said that when you talked about zoning and a couple of other things, you said they have to be consistent with the general plan. What happens if zoning is created that's inconsistent with the general plan? If they have to be consistent.
So this is actually my last slide. And so once the plan is adopted, we will immediately embark on a comprehensive rezoning. And that will be looking at our current zoning regulations. We were already going to be doing a massive update of them, but it will be basically a rewrite of those regulations to reflect the new policies, the land use map, the design principles within the general plan.
And if they don't?
Well, that's the process we'll go through. You wouldn't expect them to audit the current zoning regulations to be consistent.
Right. But
so you go through
if the county promulgates zoning laws, whatever they are, that aren't consistent with the general plan, how are the citizens able to complain? Who holds the county accountable for that?
Well, we would be engaging in another, process similar to this, where there'll be public engagement opportunities. We'll be putting out, we'll be doing it in conjunction with the public. So,
but ultimately,
the goal,
ultimately, if the county council promulgates some zoning, that's considered to be consistent with once they do that, that's considered to be consistent with the general plan.
Correct.
Whether it is or not.
They would have to make those findings when they adopted the new zoning code.
Okay,
I do think that's going to be a 2 to 3 year process.
Ricky?
So can you go back one slide?
Sure.
To your last one? I just want to make sure it's clear in terms of this slide. When I look at it, and we know that you said first full draft you expect after Thanksgiving. We are looking at least a year process ahead, if not perhaps 18 months. A general timeline of just to get to actual adoption of the general plan.
Sure. So planning board workshops in December. We'll probably close public comment somewhere in January. And then our plan is to present the council with a final draft general plan before they start the budget this year, in hopes that, understanding they'll probably need to take a break during the budget season, but that they would resume after the budget season, and that our goal is really to have an approved plan by the end of July before the August recess.
Okay, great. So then I had one related question, or I guess comment. So to focus anyone's attention, primarily the citizens, because as you well know, we get a lot of questions. We direct them to please participate in the Howard County General Plan Update process, because that is who has the authority to do land use planning, who has the authority to do regulation and codes. So we certainly are trying to drive as much engagement as we can, and we appreciate your participation in Changing Columbia, and certainly got a lot of comments of people that saw the displays to engage in HOCO by design. So the real window is that the full draft is expected out after Thanksgiving, beginning of December, and you're saying that last piece of public engagement before it goes to the council process is probably the month of December and
Into
perhaps
January.
part of January.
December into January would be to provide input to staff on the draft plan. We will then, consider that input, make any changes, requisite changes before we release a final draft. And then there's the opportunity with the final, the council, when they do their work sessions, as many of you know, those are, they don't take public testimony, but then there'll be opportunities to testify in front of the council on the final plan once it's in front of them.
Thank you. So we're about out of time for this segment. Are there any final comments or questions?
I had one more comment. I was going to save to the end. I just wanted to say it's such an exciting time to be in Columbia and to be in Howard County as a background as a planner. To come in when a general plan is being updated is such a prime time because it sets the course for the next decade and beyond. And it's an exciting time to be thinking about the future and contemplating how we're going to be evolving as a community. And I'm just excited to see the impressive amount of work done. And as you said, CA has been participating in that prior to me being here, but certainly excited to see this move further along in the process and then start towards implementation. So thank you for the work.
And thank you for all the support that your staff has given throughout the process.
Again, I think you've done quite a job here, and it's a big one.
It really,
it's a huge
it's going to be a big plan.
And I've been very involved in the process too. I've been going to the meetings and filling out the questionnaires and everything. My one concern is here in Columbia, we have a very definite sense of place. When you are in Columbia, you know you're in Columbia, and when you cross certain streets, you're not in Columbia anymore. I hope that as this thing develops, you will keep that in mind, because that's something we want to preserve. And we worry about preserving it when we see things happen like shopping centers on our parkways and strip malls on our parkways and gas stations and car washes and stuff that just don't seem to feel like Columbia anymore. So please keep us in mind.
I appreciate it. We do hear that. We've heard that sentiment, and I feel like I've heard that from this board over the years. And I think that was really our goal in those design workshops was, again, to what does sense of place mean to you, right? What are those elements that you feel really represent Columbia? That's what we were really trying to kind of parse out from the community when we had those design sessions. So hopefully when you read the Newtown framework portion of the plan, you'll see some of that come through, but, let us know.
I'm looking forward to it.
One question. When we think about our village centres and the changes in the future, and I saw these wonderful designs for the Owen Brown, but one of the, as you know, in Hickory Ridge, there's a lot of conflict, and that's where I represent. And you see these grand designs, but how do you make a developer follow them is the thing. How do you enforce this? Because at the moment we have our nice visualization for our village, which people spend a lot of time doing, but it's ignored. And as you know, I think it's, CB, 29, 2010 was put there in place for the developer to follow, and that's not necessarily happened. So so get to the end of the question here. How is it going to be enforced?
Yeah,
Or nice
well, I think that gets
designs?
into a zoning conversation, right? And
So that comes later.
yeah, and that, yes, and you know, whether, you know, obviously there's regulations and then there's guidelines, right? There's design guidelines and there's regulations. There's shoulds or musts. And so how we formulate our new zoning code and how many musts there are versus shoulds, and I mean, that's part of that whole conversation.
I would imagine Columbia covenances would also come into play too, for some of that. But yes, or no?
Not so much.
Not so much. Anyway, thank you for coming out here. I think we all learned a lot. We really appreciate it.
Very good.
Next on our agenda is the budget.
Did you want us to start, or?
Yes, I assume.
Well, I'll do a quick framing of where we are in the process. We presented a slide deck in detail of this very large binder, which has even more detail. And hopefully everyone has had an opportunity to fully review that by now, since that was given prior to the last session. What we asked for was any clarifying questions, drill down questions, any new issues that you wanted to explore that were not included in the pre-budget materials. So we received a extensive list of questions from the board that had widely varying levels of detail required. So we did our best. And frankly, given the depth of the questions and the breadth of the questions, particularly at this stage of the draft budget process, since we're in the pre-budget, really had to pull some operational staff off of other duties in order to get the answers that we did. So we posted those. Certainly our expectation is everyone was able to review those in detail. And then our anticipated plan for this evening was if anyone had questions about those answers. And then Susan is prepared to highlight a few places where we needed either additional clarification because the question was not clear, or the question would require a pretty significant staff effort. And we really wanted clarity on whether board consensus was around that question being asked. The way they were submitted, we weren't able to understand if only one person on the board had the question or if, say, 6 people on the board had the question. So some of those that really require a pretty significant lift, we wanted clarification on whether there was consensus. So that was our thought about how to move through the information, was that everyone would have reviewed it, and if you wanted to drill down further. Otherwise, Susan was going to highlight a few places we wanted additional feedback.
Okay, so what I propose doing is I will start with Susan, go through the places where we want feedback, and then I'll go around the board just to get any clarifying questions. So.
So for the questions that we're asking for all of the, for job descriptions and for names of staff and titles of positions, et cetera, that's a significant lift because of the change in the workforce over the past few years and the filling of the need to add staff as activities and programs and services came back on board and expanded. So my question would be, what is the info that you really need? You know, kind of what is the scope of this question that would suit your priorities, because this is significant and I don't. So as Lakey said, we pulled people from my team off of the second quarter close, which is already a week short because of the calendar and the timing of the meeting, and it pulled managers from around the organization. So I can't do that and still meet our deadlines and support operations, and would need some guidance on those questions to begin with.
So I don't think we're looking for particular names, but I think we're looking for basic positions or jobs. So basically an organizational chart. So when you have an organizational chart, you have just the the people and who's reporting to whom. I'm granted this is an organization of 1,100 people. I'm not expecting 1,100 bubbles on a piece of paper, or else no one's going to be able to physically see it. But it's basically a top level, maybe down 2, 3, 4 levels in an org chart of starting at the top, what are the different positions, and and more critically, what are the new positions, and if there are positions that have significant positions that have been removed for whatever reason, what are those?
So could you narrow that to perhaps a department or something? This is there's been a lot of that this year, so, or over the past, since 2020 when we laid off so many people. So this is quite a task.
Okay.
So there is an org chart included in the materials.
There's no jobs on the org chart except for 1 or 2. They're basically departments.
I was just curious what you were trying to accomplish with that question. I mean, I don't know if it was yours, but I'm just, what's the goal of having the org chart?
So for the record, it was not my question, so, but I believe the goal is to get a sense of the number of FTEs and get a sense for how the organization has been changing from an organizational standpoint and from a staffing standpoint.
So like would staff numbers be adequate? You know, like this department has this many people?
With, and also a sense of general responsibility. So again, I don't think
Well, maybe whoever's question it is should clarify, because I think that is a huge request. Maybe we can get it to what the pertinent information is.
Yeah, and that's certainly a possibility. I'm pretty sure the idea is not to go down to the entire organization, every single staff member. That'd be crazy. But just sort of the high level, 2 or 3 levels deep from the top. Lakey?
So I guess I have 2 questions, because I mean, one of the additional questions that was asked was to have the president present an organization chart, and it specifically says give names and job titles and reporting authority and job responsibilities, new positions, total FTEs for each division. So board members, and this is separate than the question that's being asked right now.
Yeah,
so the first, I guess, framing comment that needs to enter into the board of directors conversation is that anything that has to do with job descriptions is personnel, which is operations. So I think what Susan is attempting to ask is, what is the information, and I feel like I'm hearing it from Janet as well, what is the information at a board level in the pre-budget stage of this process that you need to have? A number of FTEs is not a difficult thing to develop, except for we developed that late in the budget process because we wouldn't continue to grind that number out. There's quite a bit of, math and estimates and multiple division managers that are involved in that. But we have on our last payroll, we had over 800 people present right now in the organization. That doesn't count when we're at a seasonal high. So when you talk about job descriptions in the organization, we're talking about several hundred. I am really struggling to understand why this board needs to see job descriptions at that scale to make a decision in a pre-budget stage of the draft budget.
I don't think it would be that scale that's being requested, but I'm not sure if anybody else wants to take it.
We're looking at a budget, and the biggest piece of the budget is payroll. And so I think the board would just like to know.
No, please don't include me in that.
No, I have the floor right now.
Please do not make general comments about what the board wants.
Dick's got the floor, please.
I think there are many of us on the board who would like to know basically just how the organization is structured and who's doing what, just to have a feel. So as we look at payroll, we look at what different departments are doing or where the money's going, we have just a general background on what slots we're putting these dollars in.
I think that's, I think if you read the descriptions of each team, department, and division, and then program and service, that would be very clear as to who's doing what.
I'll look at
And then in the budget document, you can look at the FY23 one, you can see FTEs for those programs. But like you said, we would not develop that to the end because we're not going to do iterations of those over and over.
No, I think we're just looking at the top management levels.
I think the description should be very helpful in the document.
Bill?
I just wanted to piggyback on what Janet was saying here. And it goes, I don't want Dick to say the entire board is asking this. I don't want Lakey to say, I wonder why the entire board is asking this question. My understanding was that board members were individually asked to ask questions, and those were submitted as board member questions, not the entire board endorsing any particular questions. So as we move forward, if we can just say, board members did ask this question, it doesn't represent the entire board's opinion or inquiry. That's where we are right now. So if we could just have a ground rule, I would appreciate it.
That statement is 100% accurate. So these are individual questions.
Thank you.
Which is why you see some overlaps.
Yeah, can I have clarification on this? Because we're given a binder last time, so you're working through the binder, you're coming up to questions. And if they're going to come from individual questions into board questions, we need to have a meeting that concentrates on developing those into board questions. But at the moment, we're still developing questions. I mean, this is not... So the process needs to be clearly defined so you know how to give it meaningful input.
Well, yeah, I mean, these questions were generated by board members, and yes, they run the gamut of some are very, very specific, some are very broad. Something like this needs to be certainly scoped down a bit. So
what is it? Are we meant to present consensus from the board or individual board questions?
The idea is have individual board member questions. So if you have a specific question, it can get answered because you might have a question and someone else might be interested in it.
So this process goes on in between the meetings?
Well, right now, I basically made a call for questions. I got 25 of them, and that's what.
Some more.
And that's what I got initially. I'm sure people are generating questions, but the idea is that any question that is too broad should be scoped down, because obviously to have an org chart that looks like a telephone book is not going to be helpful for anyone.
And I guess I want to clarify that we're not, the ones that we're asking for clarification are not simply to scope them down. They are to truly understand exactly what's been brought up. Do a majority of board members actually want staff to spend time answering this question? So those are the ones that Susan is highlighting outside of if anybody else had more questions.
But yeah, I think the concept, there's several of these that are related to the org chart. I think we can sort of clump them together, and I'll try to get some better clarification from those board members that are concerned about the org chart.
So we actually need that tonight.
Okay.
So again, the way for us to move through this process, we have a meeting on December 8th, but as everyone knows, there is Thanksgiving. And so in order for us to be able to make the answers and accommodate everyone's PTO, and as Susan mentioned, we've got month close, we've got quarterly close, we have quite a few things going on.
Understood.
So we can't wait a couple more weeks to get clarification. So tonight, we would like to understand what we need to work on from these questions.
And I guess that puts us in a bit of a bind because this is, according to the agenda, board discussion, not board votes.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to think about our procedures. And
Let me clarify, I meant consensus. I didn't mean an official board vote. I'm trying to understand if the board wants us to actually spend time on pulling 800 job descriptions.
Understood.
I'm fairly certain that's not the goal. I haven't heard anyone that has asked for 800 job descriptions.
Can I ask why there's secrecy around who asked what question? Like, own your question. If someone wants to talk about what they're trying to get from an org chart, I think this would be the time to discuss it. I don't understand this filtering through you and you guessing what was intended unless there's been collaboration that I'm unaware of.
There's been no collaboration.
Okay, then, I mean, why can't people just clarify their question then? That's what I'm trying to understand here.
Dick?
We were asked to provide questions. Very, very simple request. We provided questions. These are obviously questions that various members of the board are interested in. So we'd like to get some answers. Now, you could go down some of this list and say, no, we're not going to give you this information. We're not going to give you that information. We'll keep this to ourselves. Or you can try the best you can to answer the questions.
Well, so say the way you're phrasing it, it does sound like there was collaboration around some of these questions. That's what I'm trying to understand. If somebody asked the question and we need clarification to move forward on it, then whoever asked the question should clarify it. I don't understand what's difficult about that. What am I missing here?
I can tell you that I did not collaborate with anybody on this. I assume that Eric took this pile of questions and proudly condensed them to some extent.
Okay, so somebody asked this question. That's my point.
Ginny?
Well, I know one of the things I would like to know is about the new hires in the FY23 budget and whether they're carried over into this budget and what exactly their job functions are. Now, that's not that many people, I don't believe.
It's dozens of people.
It's a lot of people.
It's at least dozens of people. So we
Okay,
have to.
so let's limit it to,
Are you talking new hires or new positions? That's the difference.
what?
Are you talking new hires or new positions? There's a difference.
Well, there's a lot
New positions in the last FY23 budget and that were carried over into this, they were new positions. So it's not like you're replacing somebody as a new hire, you're correct. So it's not new hires, it's new positions. And what function do they actually have?
So
We
that's.
tried getting that last year and we weren't successful.
No, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's accurate. And, but be that as it may, to start over tonight, that is still a question that is extremely broad. So the workforce has changed. So we had laid off several hundred people in the COVID period. And as the programs and services that those folks provided returned, we analyzed every single position. The charge to us was to not just fill a job, but to look at every single one. And many of those positions are new. So I would say at this point, assuming that all of our programs and services continue in '24, which was the charge that we got in September, those will all continue. So it's still many positions. So if there's a particular department you're concerned about or division, then perhaps that would be something
I can clarify it then. I'll try and narrow it at least to start and not include those departments, say, reporting to Dan and Dennis and you. So it would just be a limited area.
Alan?
Okay?
Yeah, I don't want to draw this out, but
And HR, not reporting to HR, so that would limit the area.
So is what you're looking for, they report to me? I mean, you just went through the senior vice presidents and vice presidents. I'm not following your thought process.
There's quite a bit in the president's office, and there's an increase.
There's not quite a bit.
New positions?
No.
And I'm not saying it's quite a bit of new positions, but there's different, I believe, general counsels under there, the audit's now under there. I would just like to know new positions that were created last year, and
So
I think
you
there's a
keep-
handful, or if not even a handful.
I need to clarify, because if we don't walk out of here tonight with clarification, we are going to be doing this at the next meeting. So literally tonight, I guess I want to open this up. Is there consensus among the board, whatever that means, that you want to reach from the board into operations, into personnel, to look at individual job descriptions? And if so, how many? Because to do that is well outside of the scope of what was planned for the budget process.
Alan?
yeah, I guess I tend to agree with what Janet and Lakey and Susan are saying. I think I'm hearing two things talked about. A need for the board to understand the operation of the organization, and that needs to happen. But the question on the floor tonight is what needs to happen in the context of the budget. And that's, I'd like to keep those two things separate. I think they're both important.
Bill?
Okay.
Eric, I had my hand up too.
Sorry.
I think this whole idea of individual positions and trying to figure out the who's and what's and why fors is absolutely detrimental to what we're supposed to be doing here, okay? I asked the same question in a different way. I'll do this for you, Janet. I own the benchmark question, okay? And part of that benchmark question was asking the same question, which I think is on the floor right now. Seems like personnel expenses are a big part of what the budget is. And the question is that a valid cost, okay? I approach it and say, I want to know top line, should that number be lower? Could it possibly need to be higher? We just need to find out what the standard is in the area or how, some way to do it. You guys, or I don't know, somebody on this board, just generally to the room, somebody on this board wanted to build it up from the ground and say, I want to know each individual position to add it up and cumulatively fund it. We do top line here, figure out whether that's right or wrong, and then it's up to the president to figure out how to allocate that money below that line. And that's where I think we should be. So if we're looking for a consensus, I'm a no on this org chart stuff. I think we go in a different direction and be responsible.
Okay. Janet?
And I will echo Bill's comments. That was going to be my point, is that we are getting into trying to micromanage operations as opposed to understanding what is necessary and goes into that budget. I don't think we need to know every individual role. That's why we have experienced, skilled senior staff and a capable president so that they can make the decisions to hire or not hire in whichever divisions they happen to be needing skills in.
I don't think anybody is asking for an org chart showing every single person who works for CA.
Well, we wouldn't know because they're not.
I think we're looking for just a general idea of what the structure is, the upper top structure where that big salaries are, and some kind of an idea as to who's doing what. Just a general thing. We're not looking to micromanage, but we're looking at a budget. And one of the board's responsibilities is to approve a budget. And if we don't know, if we have no idea where the money's going, or what's the point of even getting us involved in this at all?
Dick, could you speak to why it is that we need to know who's doing what in order to do the budget?
I would like to just have a general idea. I don't want to shuffle people around, but I'd like to know, okay, here's a load of duties that are in this area. Here's a load of duties that are in this area. You know, how you structure it.
What Susan has said is if you look at the descriptions, it'll tell you.
Please.
I don't want to restructure the departments. I just want to know what the departments are doing or what they are, so we can make sure we're allocating the right amount of money.
So I'll point out that in the pre-budget workbook, there's for every department, there is a description. I'll also point out that, not in this book, but when we do get the budget, there will be an FTE analysis, which I think that's one of the questions, one of the main things that this was going after. The other thing is, and you sort of have to dig through it, it's in here, but you sort of have to dig across 150 pages, is there, when you go through each department, there's a description of new positions or a listing of new positions. So I think the information is going to be there. And I think maybe what might be helpful is to sort of consolidate into one page. Here's the FTE analysis. Here's the new positions across generally across the.
How about the board do its job and read the binder? It's all in there. Just read it. Quit asking to be spoon-fed.
I'm just trying to come up with ideas.
Yeah, that waste people's time. If you want to waste someone's time, waste your own and read the binder.
I've read the binder many times. Yes, I've read the binder plenty of times. But I think we've dedicated way too much time for this particular question.
I need clarity on a couple more.
The clarity I will give, and if there's any objections, let me know. I think the main thing is seeing the difference, which I think is in here, because if you do read the binder, it'll be filtered in the budget. You'll see the new the statements of new positions for each department, what's being added, and there will be an FTE analysis in the budget. So I think that information will be there. So is there a general consensus around that statement?
I wanted to point out one other thing, that in the additional question and answers, we provided a copy of the org chart, which is also on our website. So there is an org chart. If somebody needs to see it with boxes, it's included.
Thank you.
And then, as you said, all of the detail is in the binder.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Susan said she had a couple more.
Yeah, so there were questions, first of all, for FY23 for all outside consultants by name, reason for hiring, and cost in FY23 budget, and where were they approved. So obviously that's a 23 question, and the same question was asked for 24, so I don't know really quite what to do with that. But so this is another one where this is a significant lift. There are literally dozens of outside consultants, at least, that are used by and around CA every year. So before we, again, pull people off of this, I would like to have some consensus around if the full board wants that, or a majority of the board wants that information before we spend time doing that. And even so, this is a lift by December, by December 1st. So.
Alan?
Yeah, personally, I have no need to know who the consultants were. To me, it's again a question of, for later, of wanting to get our hands around the operation of the organization. What would be interesting to me on this kind of question is, what are some of the, and I don't need an answer tonight, what are some of the general considerations? How do we decide what we keep in-house, why we go outside, what do we tend to go outside for? Those sort of top-level kinds of questions.
Okay, so we can pull that together, a blurb, an explanation of that. And then also every quarter now in the financial report, there's an exhibit of fees that breaks down the big into smaller buckets, what the actual fees are used for, and those are where the consulting dollars show up. So, and in general, we would outsource things for which it is not fiscally responsible or economical to have the expertise in-house for something that's a one-off or two-off. It's also, we outsource higher risk activities such as tree services. And we outsource things where you have to have independence, such as audit and actuarial consulting services. So, where it's just not feasible to staff for seasonal or spot, kind of one-time activities. So that would be the general explanation.
And I'll say this is generally a topic that's discussed in a lot more detail in the audit committee.
And is that something that's a sufficient answer? We don't need to drill down any further and provide, Susan gave a pretty thorough answer of the categories, which was the question. Excellent, thank you.
Bill?
If we could get an answer to Lakey's question, I may not need to ask or make another comment, so.
So does anybody have any clarifying questions if that's not sufficient? Does anybody believe that that's not sufficient? So I believe the board believes that's a sufficient answer, so, Bill?
So no, in the interest of time, let's move on.
I have another.
If that's good enough, we can keep
Susan has
moving.
more things she wants.
That's it, let's go.
Wait, Susan.
So someone asked about how much, all costs of how much assistance we've been giving other agencies. What's the cost in the FY23 budget, and what's the expected cost for FY24?
What was the number of the question?
Number 16. We did not understand that question. What does that mean? What are other agencies, I guess, is the question.
It sounds like the question is related to grants, which is.
I didn't want to make any assumptions, so it wasn't
I'm
clear to
just
me.
speaking out loud, but if it is related to grants, that's already in here.
If it was your question,
No, it was not my question.
what it was, then that's great. Thank you.
It was not my question, but I'm not sure if anybody has any questions or comments on it.
And then just one more. This is the last question, and this was asking for,
What number?
25, the last question, for the three biggest cost escalators. So we made some assumptions for the, CAY sort of collective question, being that we assumed that seen in the past year means changes from 22 to the 23 estimate. I wanted to clarify if that was accurate. And also to see, this was another one with a pretty big time commitment from the team. So if that, again, I would like some consensus around the board if that's an effort that needs to be dug into further, and also clarification, what does in the past year mean?
So, Bill?
Okay, that's mine. And what I was trying to understand, we've heard throughout our discussion, not only on the budget, but first quarter reports and other financial discussions we've had this year, that there's been a lot of increases in costs due to supply chain and inflation and such. And I was just trying to get a characterization of where that was coming from. And I understand that it's a heavy lift. If it is too much to get done within this time period, I understand that. But I just wanted to know, is this paint? Is it cups? Is it chlorine for the pools? Is it where's the escalation coming from? And for each kind of generalized division, what's driving the increase in costs? So that we're talking about it in more real terms than just saying, well, costs are up all over the place. Mm-hmm. It's hard to explain to constituents, well, costs are up. It wanted to have a little bit of teeth there. So that was the thrust of the question. I apologize if it was not well stated.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I do have a follow-up, more of a drill-down question to your question. So I know there are costs up, and they vary quite a bit depending on the department. The one thing I noticed in the real estate department, the costs seem to go up by like 180%. I was trying to figure out why it's going up from roughly 300K to roughly close to 900K.
So that was asked in the last meeting, and that question was answered, and it was the consolidation of real estate services that were being done in various other spots around the organization into one department that was newly formed last year. And it also represents an increase, I think, of about $50,000 for additional.
Associated with encroachments.
Right, with encroachments.
So if they were consolidated in FY23, why would the cost go up for FY24? Because they're already consolidated for FY23.
Because it wasn't a separate budget in 23. So if we're comparing it from.
Comparing against actuals for 23.
Yeah, so it wasn't, we didn't do the FY23 budget in that format.
I think both Dan and Lakey had comments.
Lakey?
Thank you. I was going to ask that, Bill, I think I understand kind of the thrust of your question. And so what is provided here, which was what the team spent the time on kind of to try and get it for this meeting, you are hoping for more detail because we did try to demonstrate what some of them are. I assume Dan has his hand up to give more detail to my general statement, which is what you said is accurate. Costs are up everywhere, and it's unpredictable. Dan?
That's exactly. I mean, when I go to the grocery store, everything costs more, and it's kind of the same thing. I mean, it's just, and some things spike. You know, we had at one point, tennis balls were quadruple the price, and then it comes back down, but it's a spike. Yeah. You know, grass seed is non-existent, and so we pay a lot for it. You know, and then but it's variable. You know, there's stuff that all of a sudden is out of stock, then it's in stock, so you stock up. But the answer is yes, everything's up. There's you can't really single out one thing other than that's the most thing I used in this particular time period.
I'm just trying to relate to people out in the community as we go through the budget process and say, tennis was way up this year and so was the cost of tennis balls. So right when you had everybody doing it, you had a higher expense at the same time. And this is the kind of thing that I was hoping to garner. I understand it's a big lift. If it can't be done, it can't be done. But if we could get some sort of inkling, that would be helpful to help explain to folks what's going on.
And would it be possible for like a top 5 or like the top?
Well, let's decide that tonight. We want to make sure we give everybody a chance. I don't know.
No, I support what you're asking for, yeah.
Alan?
I guess, I don't know, I think it's actually easier to sell to people, costs are up everywhere. That's just it, because I worry that if we get into specifics, that leads people down a rabbit hole of, well, then you should cut that. Well, we could cut that, but costs are still going to be up everywhere, so it doesn't really lead us to much of any place except
I take
costs
it
are up.
it's more of a for example, so that, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, Dick?
One thing I've learned over the years is you can't predict the future. And
I knew you were going to say that.
Who knows whether the tennis balls are going to cost more or cost less. I would just go with a general assumption that we're going to have certain levels of inflation, and let's leave it at that.
Getting a little more into discussion, but I appreciate your comment. My question was not, please predict the future, that's for sure.
Janet?
I just wanted to echo Alan's comments. I think that when you get into specifics like tennis balls went up, someone's going to send you a link to Amazon where you can get them cheaper, so well-meaning but not productive. So
we buy them from Amazon. If they're
okay,
cheaper.
well,
We buy them wherever they're cheaper.
I will say I'm really glad you guys stocked Pen Pros. They're really nice balls. Really, really good tennis balls. So keep selling them.
anyway, so I mean, I'm supportive of more general categories.
So I think we can move on from this question.
Okay. So now I just want to go around if anybody has any clarifying questions or follow-up questions to the responses.
Or new ones.
Or new questions. I'll just go around the room. I'll start with Alan. I'll go this way.
Okay.
Alan?
First of all, I want to say that none of these questions were mine, so I don't have any ownership of the questions. I will say that I'm a little concerned about, and I would encourage people who had the questions to speak to this. I understand that some of the questions asked about FY23. My approach would be that sometimes in order to figure out FY24, I need to be thinking about FY23. I don't want to relitigate FY23, so I think we need to find a balance there. But to me, I just want to say that I don't think an answer that says this is an FY23 question and then leaves it alone is sufficient, may not be sufficient for whoever asked the question. That's me.
Any further questions or comments on that?
Not on that.
Okay.
No. Are you going around?
Yeah, just going
I think
around.
Brian had questions.
Brian?
What questions are?
Do you have any follow-up questions or?
Not follow-up to what
Or
you
new
discussed
questions?
this evening.
Yeah.
I've got follow-up questions on the budget, but that's
what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing, the budget.
Yeah.
Well, I thought the process was to get them. But you want me to bring up all my questions?
Yeah. If you have
It depends on how many you have.
I'm trying to keep it to a minimum. We've got 25 minutes left in the section. So don't come up with 20 questions, please.
Pick your top priorities.
My top, well, okay.
That's a zero.
Yeah, one of the things I noticed you're going to be adding on the community programs 3-1, they were adding a new employee in the Columbia Archives, and I was wondering if when that was going to happen, whether the costs related to that would help with the initiative of having a Columbia Visitor Center or a Columbia Museum or something like this. Look into the future. We're talking about how to get people to really care about Columbia, and we need some way to get that message across. So that was what under that program. So that was a question I got. Do you need clarification on that?
You want to just...
Do you want me to just answer?
Yeah, that'd be good, yeah.
So we're not adding a new position. We're taking a part-time position and making it full-time. So we're adding like 20 hours a week.
Okay.
And the Columbia Archives, like some of our other programs, such as the Teen Center and the Art Center, are severely understaffed. And this barely gets them to see the water. Their head is not getting anywhere near above the water. They can maybe see the top of the water.
So there's no new initiatives involved with this?
No, they're just trying to keep up with the workflow that's already coming, because we have so many donations and items that need to be cataloged and entered into the archives that they can't keep up.
Okay, under community operations 4-1, and on the open space, the board we were shown when we were in a tour of Stream Reach for Lake Elkhorn. Progression and changes in event, they were adding sedge instead of grass, and you talked about grass seed. Is there anything in the budget to transition more of the grass along the pathways, 200 miles of edges, to sedge, Pennsylvania sedge or something similar? And was there anything in the budget for that? Because in the open space plan, it called for doing that, to move towards it. Presumably you've started that program. How much is in the budget in the future to do that particular project?
So I can answer that now if you want.
Okay.
So sedge grass is not a good fit for every mile of the pathway. It's a good fit for a lot of it, but not every mile.
That was an example, not necessarily. I know there's many different varieties of things for different.
And some might be, in some cases we might use, stone or something. But regardless, so there is about $40,000 that's allocated for that purpose. And that's specifically for sedge grass, which is planted as a plug. It's not a seed, so it's a lot more expensive. So some of the things that we're doing, that's a very long-term solution. It grows in, it doesn't need direct sunlight. It doesn't need to be cut. And when it grows in, it's very thick. Unfortunately, when you're growing it in, you have to be very careful about any invasives that might want to get in there while that's growing in. But once it thickens up, it's a forever solution.
Okay, well, but the point is, my question was there more budget to do more of this? Because the less you mow, obviously, the less you need machinery, the more.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're doing a little bit, actually, we haven't been doing sedge grass that long, so we're doing more of that kind of thing every year.
Okay. I do have a couple more questions. Well, there's a sort of, in the capital allocations, there's sort of some vague summaries. And it sort of says building energy retrofits. And it says watershed improvements. How is that $475,000 being spent? And it just says green projects as well. So there's a number of.
There's additional detail on those right behind it that describes so building energy retrofits, continued implementation of building energy audit and retrofit program, energy audits, facility reviews are performed, and then serve as the basis for initiatives to decrease energy consumption, CA's carbon footprints. Projects include economizer replacements, high efficiency water heaters, mechanical system upgrades. So Brian, each one of those lines on 10-1, at least one page behind it that describes it in more detail.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. One of the things is the costs of running the maintenance facility on Gerwood Lane. There doesn't seem to be any breakdown on what, like the whole costs of it, or could you guide me to where the costs of that, maintaining it, and like the energy maintenance costs and things like that over the past 3 years? Have you got that information?
I'm not following. I would need you to repeat that question, please.
The maintenance facility on Gerwood Lane. I mean, it's a big facility. I just wondered what the costs, the energy costs are, the maintenance costs of operating that building.
The cost to operate, what are we talking about?
The whole facility.
Operations center, the building. So if you...
Is that broken down somewhere?
It's the utility cost is in there for for the building, so that is in the budget. So there's utility cost for the building. Are we talking about the building?
Is the whole, when you have a building, do you actually analyse the whole cost of running that building and maintaining that building? I was trying to see the numbers for doing that.
So every building has utility line, and we take a look at it, and Jeremy looks at things that he can do every day in every building. And I was talking to Jeremy, I don't want to get into details, but even village buildings, Oakland Manor, they have a domestic water heater that is like 120 gallons. It's not very efficient. We can put a hybrid in there. The return on that is probably 3 years. So things like that happen almost every week. So those are the things that we do.
So regarding that building, the costs of that building are allocated to the functions and reported every quarter with the functions that use and occupy that space. So we show that in, I guess if you summed up the rentals space, it would be the operating costs of that building in general.
We're doing a budget, not an audit, right?
Yeah, this is a budget.
Well, I was just trying to understand just how the process works.
Yeah, I mean, I think Brian's new, so I think this
Yeah, give me a
makes
chance.
sense.
I've got one
But
final.
just, I wanted to just give you one, so Jeremy is the one, he evaluates all
Okay.
that stuff and
But
looks for
But you
opportunities.
don't have access to Jeremy.
You don't need access to
No, what I'm saying is that his role is to
That's his role
look
to do
at
it, okay.
things and identify
Just one
the
final quick thing
opportunities.
then. On the 27 open place plan, it called for, on page 31, it called for an allocation in the budget for reviewing the watershed plan. Is that something that's going to be done? Can that be done to allocate money for that?
Probably not in this budget, but
This is
Allocate money for what?
to redo the watershed management plan because it's old.
Yeah.
There's no money in there?
I don't have money in there for that purpose, no.
Andy, do you have any clarifying questions?
Oh, just got to unmute. No, I just want to say I had questions 8, 9, and 10, and I want to thank staff for answering them. Thank you.
Thanks. Janet?
I just had one follow-up question on depreciation, and that is when buildings are renovated, is that part depreciated as part of that, or is it the shell only?
no, it would be any improvements that were built or purchased or added, built into that renovation. If it had a useful life of longer than 2 years.
Okay.
So when the Columbia Athletic Club was renovated, what was capital of that, what could be depreciated is being depreciated.
Okay, and I think that's where I was sort of thinking, I guess Supreme is a lot bigger.
It's a lot bigger.
Yeah, maybe I underestimated how much bigger, so. Because I was wondering, since it's so much newer than Supreme, that, thank you.
Bill, any further questions?
All right, I'll jump on it. I don't need an answer now, but I want to say this out loud. The idea of grants is the presentation by the folks from the Columbia Foundation. I don't know, it's a tight budget. $125,000 is a lot of money to me. In an organization this size, I don't know what kind of money that is. I was moved by their comments, and I know that there's been a long tradition between the Columbia Association and Columbia Foundation. And Inter Arbor Trust, there was money in last year's budget. We gave guidance that the programs from FY23 should continue to 24. We need to have a discussion around these items. I don't have a question on it. I just wanted to raise the point, and that's all.
Thank you. Dick?
We had a policy on grants that we worked out before COVID, and then when COVID hit, the plan went away. And I think what she was referring to was, can we get back on that plan?
Oh, I get that.
Yeah. And, yeah, I think you're right. We should be looking at that.
So one clarification on grants. So last year when we did grants, we actually voted specifically on that line item.
Yeah. So,
Jenny?
I was trying to
so
get
sorry.
some information. So I wanted to clarify that in the budget, the way the pre-budget materials are prepared, staff has recommended no grants. So what that means is based on everything we did in the last meeting about both CA changes as well as global pressures, why we made that recommendation. But I do want to confirm what you're putting forward. If this board wants staff to allocate money to the Community Foundation or allocate money to Inter Arbor Trust, that is going to have to be clear direction provided, because it means that we would take $125,000 or $200,000. We'll have to take that out of operations in other places, because the way this is prepared is no grants. So I just wanted to make sure everyone was clear on that.
Jenny?
Yeah, actually, Bill, I had the same questions about the grant section as to why it's zero. I'd also like us to look at the grant policy that we made and make sure does it allow for an administrative fee when somebody gets a grant. I'm not sure it does, so we got to read that and see if that's going to need any changes, because what Community Foundation was saying is they take a fee.
As I recall, and I have to go back and look at my notes, that I don't recall a fee being part of it.
Yeah, I don't either,
But
that's why.
that's really a subject for another
Yeah.
time.
Well, I think it's a subject for now because that's part of, I think they said they were interested in 120,000 and 108,000 would go in grants. The rest would go in a fee. So if it's not permitted, and we want to do that, we need to amend that policy. Okay, so let's just put that on the table.
The question I have is, if we vote on that, would we be voting for a 120K grant to that organization?
Yeah.
And
it's
what they
grant to them to then disperse to other organizations.
To disperse.
Again,
they would be when you read, we need to read the policy again, but they would be dispersing it for under certain conditions. And if everybody reads that, if you like those conditions, that's what would occur. And we also got approval to have one member of the staff serve on that committee. It was Ms. Miller served on it, right? Michelle Miller.
This is really, like an hour-long discussion, so I don't think this is the time to be.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if we're going to think about it, we've got to really look at the whole picture. I do not understand why I personally would like to have a grant, and I don't think it's a grant for the Inner Arbor Trust. I think it's an obligation of the CA board to an organization for some contribution for operating costs, the organization that we created, I wasn't on the board then, but that CA actually created because they wanted to have somebody take care of the land and get all these grants, et cetera, like they just did, I think, a $4 million grant that we couldn't do. So I think we owe them that the same as we give something to the village associations. So I do not see that in the grant category, and I think we have to come up with a different category for IAT, and I don't remember what IAT's request was, 200 and something, I believe. And then I think we need to take seriously the Community Foundation request, because that, if you read the thing, we would not have to deal with a lot of individual requests. They would, and they're professionally capable of doing this. They have the administrative structure, et cetera. So we need to talk about this a little bit more.
Susan?
I would urge you to be very careful in how you talk about that. And I think that the Inner Arbor Trust 501c3 status is something that matters very much to them. And to make it sound like this C4 owes them anything or is responsible for anything, I think is a very uncomfortable line from a tax perspective, and I don't think you would want, I think I would just caution you to be extremely careful in how you discuss that.
Okay, thanks.
And it would have to be a grant or a loan. There really are no other options.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Obviously wouldn't be a loan. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I don't think so.
So I actually have one
Can
clarification.
I just make one comment, or I guess a clarification? I mean, those were both statements. So staff has no action to take going forward. Again, tonight, we're just trying to find out, are the questions we can answer, or what more do you need prior to December 8th when you do have to make that decision?
Yes.
Okay.
So I have one clarifying question on question one. My question is, if we were to fix fees for residents, what would be the dollar amount impact on that? So what would be the loss to revenue if we did that, if we made that decision?
So the question is, if CA did not increase the resident fees?
Yeah, resident membership fees.
So, okay.
In dollars.
So that would be the same question as with the personnel. That's not, there's work involved in that, and we didn't have time to do it in preparation for this. And the same people who are doing the close would have to pull that information and get me all the data to be able to calculate it. So that.
Yeah, I don't necessarily expect an answer right now, just a clarifying question.
So can we get board consensus if it's a big lift for the team to do, that everyone, consensus that somewhere above a handful of people want that effort to be conducted prior to the next board
Question
meeting?
one. You referring to question one?
Referring to question one.
Yeah. So what do we do? Raise our hands?
Anybody have any objections to that?
I'm just not maybe I'm not understanding what's wanted or what the impact would be. Seems to me that staff management would be thinking about current fees, how much more they would need to be to cover costs, and would know the impact of not raising the fees. I mean, that sounds like it ought to be a known thing.
I have it in a bucket. I'd have to peel apart every membership.
Well, nobody's asking in the question for specific memberships, is what is the impact of not increasing membership
So we
fees
did total
for CA residents?
Yeah, so I don't budget membership based on every individual membership category and whether it's resident and non-resident. So
You know what you need to cover. You know what current membership rates would give you, and you know what the shortfall would be.
So if you have a bowl full of M&Ms, and I ask you how many red M&Ms are in there, you have all the red M&Ms, so how many are in there?
And all the M&Ms and divide by the number of colors?
You have to individually count the red M&Ms to figure out. That's what I have to do. I have a bowl of membership dollars that's calculated in a specific way. To get to what Eric's asking for, I have to peel it all apart and look at each individual membership type and then resident and non-resident.
Then how do you, without getting into too much detail, how do you decide what the different rates are going to be for members and for residents and non-residents?
So yeah, to clarify, the percent increases for each membership is different. So one membership might have a X% raise, another membership might have a Y% raise. It's not, for residents, for non-residents, the percentage increase is not necessarily the same for each bucket.
So I have an average dues of membership. So all the memberships average about $91. And then I determine that in order I need a 3% or 4% increase. And then I go back, and now I know I need a 4% increase, and so I can go back and start adjusting the rates based on the percentage that I need. I don't have to peel them all apart individually, which to get to this question, I need to.
But if you said 0% raise for residents.
For everything, for residents.
Then what would need?
What's the loss in revenue?
Yeah.
I'm not asking for the answer right this second, but that's the question.
If you've never done it, it's hard to explain. But it's not easy, but we can do it.
Okay.
I just wanted to pull back out to the high level that the board I would recommend function on. And the answer at a board level is here. And what it says is not how the math is done. It is for us to keep resident fees without any increase and only increase non-resident, which is what essentially this question is asking. What is written here says we would have to increase non-resident fees to a point where we would likely, given our expertise, we feel like no longer be competitive in the market. So our point is we would not recommend holding resident membership fees at a stable rate and only raising non-resident, because regardless of the percentage and regardless of the exact dollars, the point is we would start to raise our non-resident rates to such a place that we would likely start to shed memberships. And that is the trade-off that as professional experts, we're saying we wouldn't recommend going that route. So I think instead of debating how the math is done, that's really the answer at a board level. So if for a different reason, for other priority reasons, the board says we want to keep resident rates stable because of some strategic goal, then we would need to be charged with we want to keep those stable and we've got to figure out where to make up the funds somewhere else. I think it's less important to get into the nuts and bolts of the math and how we do each and every decision.
I believe that's the strategic question that this is going after, is that if we're to, because keep in mind, resident rates have been go up 3%, 3%, 3%, or whatever that number is, and eventually you get an exponential growth, which can make it harder for some residents to be able to afford memberships. So the question really is, forgetting about resident memberships for a second. If we keep the resident membership prices fixed, what is the revenue impact? That's it.
We have a business model that we've used for years, which is that we charge market rate for non-residents and then give some kind of a discount to residents. And it's a business model that works. I wouldn't want to get down into the weeds about trying to keep, trying to hold our resident rates, that they would go up as the other rates would go up. We just have a X percentage discount for residents. That's the way we've always done it. It's a pretty simple.
Well, I don't think it's a consistent discount. It varies quite a bit. Janet?
You should also keep in mind that if we increase non-resident rates substantially, we don't know what the impact will be. If we start shedding, then it's going to be, we're not going to get the revenue from the existing memberships. And so the question is circular.
Yeah, I understand that part. So I'm sort of not asking that part of the question. Just what is the financial impact on just the resident side?
I don't think you've got
I don't
much.
think
I don't think I got much support for it, so I will drop it.
Let's move on.
We'll move on. Any last questions? So that being said, my recommendation is if you have any specific things that you'd want to move to make changes, the thing that's seems to have come up is the concept of adding grants to the budget. That seems to be a reoccurring theme, but if you have any other changes that you'd want to make, please submit them.
So can you clarify that? So if we wanted to do that, then we have to look somewhere in the budget to take it away, right? That's
correct.
Is that our job to do that?
No, it is not your job to go and tell us where to cut.
We don't.
That is our job.
Okay.
It has to come from
clarification. So we can come up with anything, and then you just go and see where you can save it, right? So is that's what
I wouldn't characterize it like that.
Okay. How would you describe it?
I would say that the board, so at the next meeting, and I'm going to ask Susan to speak at what the purpose of the next meeting, and there is an intention to have a vote so that when we go into draft, we are not still making changes. So what the board's role is to decide with an actual vote to operate as a body and say, this isn't in the budget. For instance, the grants is an example. We want to put X dollars towards grants. We want to put X dollars towards a new category, or we think, this initiative is not important and we want to reduce that, or we want to delete something. At that stage, it goes back to staff to figure out how to achieve that result. And we would come back and present that in the draft budget format in January. So I did want to ask to make sure Susan had time at the end to make comments so everyone here is clear on what is to happen in the December 8th meeting so that we can actually get those decisions. Because as already been indicated, we have a very tight turnaround with the holiday and the way the days fall in December. And as I think most people know, the same team that's working on budget is the same team that is doing quarterly and monthly close, and that's for every team, not just the accounting team. So we need to make sure that we leave the December 8th meeting with the decisions that we need. So Susan, can you just quickly make sure that we're clear on that before we get to that meeting?
Right, so I would ask that you review the assumptions that the staff made in this document and be ready to come to a vote on whether those assumptions are what you want to see in the draft budget.
Alan and Ginny?
Question around that, specifically around, using grants as an example.
Mm-hmm.
Will you have time, if the board decided in December to allocate X amount for grants, will you have time before the January
Yeah.
to make that? You will, okay,
Yeah,
fine.
that's we planned that out. So.
And
But that's why there's that decision point at December 8th is to make that.
And that's the same process we used last year.
It
when we
is.
allocated grants.
It is.
That we did at the same meeting. Jenny?
Yeah, so then, Susan, we would really, on December 8th, have to vote on the annual charge rate and the annual charge cap?
Just for the draft, you don't have to set that in stone until February, but we would want that to be done.
That's the part I don't understand, because you need to know how much revenue you're going to have available. This is one aspect, one part of it. And you said that we need to say whether we agree with these assumptions. That is an assumption. You're working from this revenue. So it's just very logical to me that we make a decision on this December 8th to make your life easier. So you know what we're saying it'll be, you know? I don't understand why we wouldn't do that on December 8th. What is the hesitancy?
So it gives you no flexibility in January to make any changes if you set that now. So in January, you get a draft budget. That's a draft budget.
Right.
So we would actually, we'd vote to make the recommendation for rate and cap.
Right.
And then in January, we would be able to vote again to perhaps change it.
I mean, you could. It would be really late. That would be hard.
I mean, is that feasible? That's my question.
Could.
I think the big question, the reason, I can speak to the reason the method changed last year and the logic behind it. Whether that would apply this year with this board, I am not clear on at this point. But the idea was that you want to retain that flexibility, because if we got to the draft budget and let's invent a number, you wanted, the board voted that you wanted to add $1 million towards something that we haven't done before. And obviously there'd be a lot of discussion. That would be a pretty large decision, but for demonstration purposes only. One of the options we might need to come back with is we can reduce here and we can reduce here and we can reduce here, but we would recommend that you change the cap by X amount in order to make up the rest of the revenue. That is the logic as to why you want to hold those levers till the very end to ensure that you've actually achieved the priorities and the strategic outcomes that the board is hopefully going to operate on to give us a budget. That's the goal.
I just want to make sure that those levers are still adjustable.
Well, I really don't see the problem with making a decision December 8th, and then if in fact suddenly the board says in January they want another $1 million, you come back and give us all those other options in January.
I would say that's your prerogative.
That's basically the
Thank you.
process. So we're
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, so at the next meeting, we'll take a preliminary vote on rate and cap so that we can provide Susan basic assumptions that need to go into the draft budget. We'll also take a vote on the 2 grant requests. So those assumptions can also be filtered into the draft budget. And if there's any other main priorities or votes that we need to take, we'd also take those at that point.
The capital total.
The capital total would also be another vote we would have to take on December 8th, that assumption.
So is there any concern that the grant concept has not been communicated to the public or to other organizations? It happens to be sort of an inside information thing at this point. I would just ask if you consider that.
Could
you clarify as to what you mean by inside information?
Well, so last year staff proposed or recommended no grants for economic reasons, and it was the same this year. But at the very late in the process, a grant was approved to Inner Arbor Trust, and some other entities came, but too late. They found out, that CA gave a grant to Inner Arbor, I guess. And I guess the question would just be, I don't know, is that equitable, and have you thought about that?
And I would clarify that when we have been contacted as staff, what we have said is that the budget process has started. I mean, we're very public about that. But when we're asked the question, we've said that staff has recommended no grants. So to Susan's point, and obviously I was not here, but my understanding is when we had, as had been referenced, a grant program and had a policy that governed it, there would be an open call for grants. But nonetheless, it would either be kind of a specific envelope of money and then small grants were put out. But to Susan's point, what happened last year was other organizations came forward and said, oh, well, if the CA board is going to be doing grants, then we would also be interested, as you might imagine.
Well, if I may, to that point, the community foundation in the past, and I recall this as a resident and board member involved with a number of different things. Their spring party that used to be just amazing, among other things, was that the community foundation took a grant from the Columbia Association, and if there were organizations that said, we are interested in grants from the Columbia Association, they would be referred to the community foundation to apply through their process, which kind of heals that kind of issue, if you will. I don't know if I'm using the right terms, but maybe right enough. So that's why I was moved tonight with that would help that kind of issue that you speak of now. Like I said, on the Inner Arbor was I wasn't here for that process. Doing the outlet, I wasn't here. But when we spoke of carrying forward into the next fiscal year what we did this year, I kind of saw the Inner Arbor as part of that. Maybe that was a miscommunication amongst all of us. I don't know. And it's more of a question than a statement.
Well, for point of information, the Inner Arbor was awarded a grant in last year's budget process.
Yes.
That's in this current draft and this current workbook, that's been zeroed. But again, as a board, during the last December meeting, that's when the board voted to add that grant into the budget.
Susan has said what transpired, and fair point.
Yeah.
Absolutely a fair point. Even at this late hour, well stated. So that's where I just wanted to.
Anyway, we're out of time, so really quickly.
Just to add to Bill, what Bill said, that is the whole purpose of Community Foundation, getting the money. But we also put conditions on it. When we read the grant, you'll see that. And they understand that. And therefore, you're right. When somebody comes and says, I used to get $5,000 or $10,000, go to Community Foundation.
Okay.
So we will be taking care of that.
Thanks.
But I understand what Susan's saying too, and we need to give that a little bit of thought, how we can handle that.
Anyway, it's getting pretty late, so I'd like to.
Andy's got his hand up.
Andy?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I have to log off. So good evening. You guys have a fun rest of the meeting.
Thank you.
See you next month.
See you next month.
You get to go to bed.
Yeah, take care.
Take care. So next on the agenda is the CA Operational Anti-Nepotism Policy.
I'd like to make a motion that we continue the policy we currently have and not make any changes.
We don't need a motion to do that.
We don't do that today.
We don't. It's one we're on board discussion first, and another we don't need a motion to continue what we're
But
already
I
doing.
second your motion anyway, so we can.
We don't need a motion to continue doing what we're already doing.
It's under discussion.
It's under discussion.
So I wanted to give some context that earlier this fiscal year, this was brought up, as was referenced by the Aquatics Committee Chair that spoke earlier. And at that time, staff, I just want to keep echoing the two key points. One, personnel is squarely operational. It is inside of human resources, and the board should not be determining personnel policy. As a point two, there are a multitude of reasons why an anti-nepotism policy is a best practice for any and every organization, and it is one that I've heard many anecdotal stories, but many stories about the history of CA and when there were a lot of challenges with staff management because so many people were related. And it is really part of the stride forward, particularly for the size of this organization in terms of why an anti-nepotism policy is in place. So we strongly do not believe that frankly, we believe that it would be inappropriate for the board to change a personnel policy.
Is there any, Alan?
I mean, obviously, I'm a lone voice here, a lonely voice, may not be the only one. I absolutely support not having nepotism. I think there is a difference between Susan hiring her, I don't know if you have one, hiring her sister to be her assistant, and in terms of as a full-time staff person under direct supervision, and swim coaches, swim team coaches in neighborhoods with teenagers and part-time and summer. I think there's other considerations that we could, because I agree with the purpose. It's about not allowing people to affect somebody's career or either negatively because they weren't related or positively because they were related. But having a brother and a brother, a brother and a sister, whatever it is, both be coaches on the same swim team just seems like it, to me, it continues, as an example, continues our family values, our focus on neighborhood and community. And I just would love to see us have more flexibility around that.
Ken?
So I would challenge that it doesn't continue as this policy has been in place for decades.
Say again, please.
This policy has been in place for decades, probably close to 20 years. So it wouldn't continue anything that has been in recent history. And two, I would challenge, especially with...
I'm not clear what you're challenging.
You said it would continue the history of family and...
Our focus, I think it would help our focus on family. I didn't say we've always done it that way. I wasn't saying that.
Okay.
I think it would further our values around family and community.
Okay. And second, I would challenge that that full-time or non-seasonal is more important or somehow more impacted than the seasonal. If you pay attention to the news at all, the challenges young people have today with bullying and different other circumstances, without having to worry about nepotism and brothers and sisters and brothers and brothers and sisters and sisters. I think that's an added stress and an added challenge. I have troubles with people going to the same schools where managing I have to go to school with that person, so I can't do X. Or I can't manage, tell that kid what to do at the pool because I have to go to school with them. And then you start adding brothers and sisters to that. I think the problem is bigger and more dangerous to the psyche and the social relationships of young people, the seasonal employees, than it is for a full-time employee.
So,
thank you. I appreciate the discussion.
Is there anyone else that thinks that there needs to be a change to the nepotism policy on the board?
No, we're not voting.
No, I'm just asking.
We can save ourselves 10
So
minutes.
basically, it sounds like outside of Alan, there's the general consensus that the current policy is sufficient. So with that, is there any objections to moving on to the next item?
The IAT.
Okay, next item is IAT. Please introduce that agenda item.
Okay. Apparently, they have fulfilled the requirements that they had to get the grant that we had voted to grant them, and they haven't gotten their check. And I think the question is simply, when will they get their check?
So for the record, while the Inner Arbor Trust is still not in compliance with the easement agreement, so out of compliance there, but they have met the conditions that the last CA board set for payment of this. I was informed of that on November 7th when the CA board chair shared I had the audits, but not the plan for the FY22 audit. So I just got that Monday.
Okay.
And so, so we will work on drafting the agreement, and once the agreement's signed by all parties, then we will be issuing the check.
What agreement?
The grant agreement that goes with the $125,000.
But my understanding was, and correct me if I'm wrong, what we voted on is we put the money in a basket and said they could have it when they submitted their audit returns for the last couple of
Right,
years.
and so there'd still be a grant agreement that goes with those dollars, has been the case with every dollar that Inner Arbor Trust has
Okay,
gotten
I
from
was
Columbia
not
Association.
aware that there was a.
Right, even Nina knows there needs to be a grant
Okay,
agreement.
so has Nina submitted that?
No, we'll draft that.
You'll draft
yes.
that and we can just.
Yes.
So-
So this is a Columbia Association board meeting, right?
No, I'm just want to find out whether the money's going to be sent. Now I see what the procedure is. I'm happy.
So
Is there anything unusual about this particular grant agreement, or is this basically?
No, there isn't, other than the fact that they're out of compliance with the easement agreement, no, but that won't be in, that won't be.
So what's the timeline?
I don't know, Eric. I got that Monday afternoon, and we'll put that in the queue and work on it with some promptness.
Okay. So,
Yeah, so I guess not right now, but at some point I'd be very interested to know what are high level the ways that Inner Arbor Corporation is out of compliance with the easement. So.
With the audit, so the FY22 audit, April 30, 2022 audit has not been completed, I think, and so we don't have a copy of that audit agreement, audited financials.
That's the most current audit.
Right, the one that ended, 9 months ago.
Okay.
I don't believe, and I will double check my files on that, but I don't believe the most recent one was the one we were looking for. We were looking for the ones for the 2 years before
she
that.
said that.
Yeah, it's clear. So I think there's general agreement that.
Right, so the conditions are met, compliance is not, so.
Yes, but the conditions are what needs to be met for the grant to be dispersed. And so that grant will be dispersed, I assume, in the next week or two?
Not within the next week or two. I would say within 4 weeks.
4 weeks?
We'll commit to that.
This
is Columbia Association.
Why does it take
This is
4
a Columbia
weeks?
Association board meeting, and we have a quarter to close and financial reports to get done and other operational matters. So we'll work on it as quickly as possible.
4 weeks is straight.
Can we move on, please?
Would this grant agreement be similar to ones that had been
Yes.
filed in the past? So
Yes.
basically, you're not inventing anything new, you're just.
I think we've established this. There's a grant process. They're following it.
Right.
They're in the middle of a lot of other things.
Right.
They gave you a timeline. Why a timeline on this when we have not had a timeline for a single thing we've discussed this entire year?
Any further discussion on this topic?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next topic,
Okay.
2 minutes for village votes.
Yeah, thank you. All right, you all received this from Eric a couple of weeks ago, which was a resolution on CA voting in village elections, so I won't go over it, but I would just like to see if we can get some clarification within 2 minutes of what the next steps are. Eric drafted a proposal, step 1. The general counsel was asked to respond to it. I'd like to see if we could ask the general counsel if it's possible to respond to it in 10 days.
So that wasn't the process that was established that was not the process that was established during the last board meeting.
Okay,
At the October 27th board meeting, Eric asked that I draft a procedure/memo concerning how CA votes will be cast in village elections. The focus of that procedure was surrounding blank ballots that would be cast by CA for quorum purposes only. I was not given a time frame, but I did say that I would do that.
Yeah.
Given the operational matters that I have for this organization, and given the fact that there was no time frame given, and given the fact that the elections don't occur until April of 2023, it was not a front burner for me at the time.
Yeah.
On November 2nd, which was not a couple of weeks ago, it was 8 days ago, Eric sent a draft resolution to the board and asked for my review. Again, I was not given a time frame. However, I have conducted an initial review of that draft procedure, and there are concerns that I have. There's inaccuracies that I have, and I can give those to Eric and to the board.
Okay.
Thanks.
So give me time. The other part of that process was that the village boards were going to be contacted. I'm in the process of working on that, and because the village boards are not readily available at a beck and call, it's going to take time for me to do that. But I want to ensure that when I draft this procedure, that I've got buy-in and consensus from the village boards. That's all. That's all.
Okay, well, what I was suggesting for the third step would be that the CA reps should be asking their boards, showing this, getting some feedback to share with you so that you know what they're doing, because they have to look at their own charter and bylaws. And we don't always know what that is. So they're the ones that should look and see how they want this to actually function. Do they need it for a quorum? No, they don't, et cetera. What do they want? And it'll be different in many cases for each village.
Yes, thank you. I'm aware of that, and that's why I wanted to speak with them before anything was drafted. And again, I don't want that sent to the village boards or any of the village personnel, because there are issues with that document. There are inaccuracies in there. I mean, I'm not just calling it out. I'm just like, you took a stab.
I took a stab.
Right,
I was asking for comments.
Right, no, and I reviewed it. So that's the thing. I would not recommend sending that to the village board yet. I'm truly, the plan that you set forth, Eric, was reasonable, and I plan to follow that.
Okay.
But then when I received that draft policy, I mean.
Okay.
May I put the last point I'm trying to make?
You're beyond 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, I've got interrupted a lot. The date to vote is December 8th, is what I had in mind, with possible amendments, so that we could get this off the table. So I was trying for December 8th and backing into that. I don't want this sitting around forever. It's not I don't think, a complicated issue, and I'd like to get it resolved. Is that possible?
No. So on October 27th, it was discussed by this board, and as has been shared via email, which is not being referenced, there are board members that also agreed that the villages needed, in fact, intent at the last meeting was for the general counsel to speak with the village managers, and then the village managers speak with the village boards. The process you just suggested is to take a legal recommendation, give it to 10 members who then talk to a semblance of 5 to 7 people, and then those lay people bring that back in some fashion, I don't know, email, give it to our legal counsel, who is then going to make changes, and then it's going to have to go back to the villages again, because you're voting as representatives of the village. It needs to be done prior to April 2023, obviously. And nobody's saying to adopt it in the month of April. But at the last meeting, there were no distinct timelines. And for 3 business days to elapse between a meeting and then the chair to draft a policy when the general counsel had it on their list and we committed in the meeting is creating confusion, because our understanding is it's already been shared by some CA board members with village boards, and that's creating confusion because it's not an appropriate document. It has problems. So I believe that what was discussed by this board in the last meeting, and again, we watched the video, as we indicated in the email exchange we've had, in the video, this board had consensus, to Wes's point, on Eric's approach, which was Wes would draft it, Wes would work with the village managers, who would then work with the village boards, and we would get a solid draft and then share that with the CA board so that they could also speak with the village boards. But that coordination needs to happen by the experts who can understand what's in the bylaws and what's required. Further, the key focus was on blank ballot casting for quorum purposes only. The draft that has been prepared by the chair has many other elements in it, including restricting what the president can do, which is not germane to blank ballot casting for quorum purposes only.
Okay, I would really like to see this handled at the latest in January. I do not see dragging this on, and I would never want to see another misunderstanding in what happened last year and risk that. So the latest, I think, this board should seriously consider dealing with this is January. And I don't understand why that would be difficult.
Wes, could you provide just a general timeline for review and when you'd see the whole process
well, it wouldn't be, I would be drafting it. So, I mean, it obviously depends on when I'm able to meet with the village managers. I can't dictate to them when they're supposed to meet with me, but I will work on it, and I will give you updates.
So I'll frame the question this way. There's a BOC meeting in November. If we were to schedule this for a vote, where would I put it? That's sort of the question I'm asking. You don't have to answer.
That's what I'm saying. I can give you reasonable updates over the next several weeks. I mean, we got the holidays coming up, but yes, I will give you updates. I assure you. I mean, I committed to doing this last time, but the process has changed.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this?
No, thank you.
Thanks. Next, we have questions only. Any questions? Helen.
I have a question. I guess I just want to make a comment. I appreciate, Wes, you putting in the AAPI commission bill. I'm trying to remember what your exact words were, and I don't have them, but you said you put in bills in response to either a board member or a community member, I forget which it was. You put in bills in this section that you think have important impact on CA, and I guess I appreciate ones that even don't have an important impact, but just have a...
Are we on fire?
I want us to err on the side of more information rather than less information, so I thank you for putting that in.
Any more questions? Okay, proposed new topics. Any proposed new topics? No proposed new topics. That brings me to chair remarks. I'll keep it fairly short because it's about 11 o'clock. But I would like to thank Kevin Fitzgerald for his service on this board. He was a great colleague. It's great to work with him. He was actually scheduled to be on the BOC in November. His place, I'll ask Brian England to.
Date was that?
Is November 28th. Is a Monday after Thanksgiving.
November 28th.
28th.
28th. Thank you.
7 o'clock.
So if you can fill in that slot, that'd be great. And beyond that, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Wait, did you get consensus that, because you want to make sure you have a quorum for that?
No, it's the board operations committee.
It's an appointment. It's a chair appointment.
My apologies.
Okay, so.
I do have a question, though. When does the new town center rep take their seat? Do we have to have a meeting of the members to do all that? We'll do that at our next meeting?
There's got to be a Columbia council meeting. So that doesn't actually happen at a board meeting. It happens at the Columbia Council. So the Columbia Council will meet. I believe there is a requirement. I think it's 10 days.
10 days notice, yes.
So, but I
within or after 10 days?
Can we get this in writing as to exactly what the process is for?
It was provided to Eric.
It was provided. I think I sent.
Oh, really?
Yes, tonight.
Tonight?
We got it
tonight?
We got it this afternoon. 5 o'clock. I think.
Okay. Okay.
We got it.
Okay, because I just think that would be easier than guessing. Okay, thank you.
You have it. But we do have a BOC meeting the 28th of November.
Right.
So if we can get a quorum then, that might be a better time because it does take a fair amount of time to run that process. These meetings go fairly long. If we were to have that tonight, meeting would end around midnight, not quite, but close. So I think having it in November where a BOC meeting doesn't stretch on hours and hours would probably be more efficient and also allows the new council members to be seated earlier.
Would the village board's representative that they're recommending be able to come in and sign all the ethics disclosure and all those documents now?
So can I clarify that if you're selecting a date, we need to be clear on whether you are going to get a quorum at the Board Operations Committee? Because staff suggested December 8th, and the reason is because all of you will be together. But if you want to do it prior to that, you have to have a quorum to have the specially called meeting to add to it.
Yeah.
So
What would be the benefit of having it November 28th?
The benefit will be that
they get sworn in on the 8th anyway.
Well, the people in town center, in my opinion, deserve to be represented. They made a decision.
What's happening between November 28th and December 8th that's critical?
You don't know.
So the first thing
I
is
mean,
getting
they have a CA rep that they're recommending. I don't see why we don't want to immediately put that person.
I mean, they won't miss a meeting.
So
They could be
It's also the preparation
respect
and
thing
getting
for the
and
town
getting
center residents.
getting them up to date on where we are.
Right.
It's you can't. That gives you a couple weeks to get up to date on the budget, get up to date on what we're doing as a board. I think, and also it certainly from a timing perspective, adding half an hour Columbia Council meeting when you take into account forms and such.
I would rather add a half of an hour than have to dedicate a second evening in a week.
Well, I think also the person needs to have information that they have no right to right now until they're on the board. If that's the case, we need to share things so that they are ready to go on the 8th or before that. I think it's only fair, so.
So again, if I can ask the same question. We, in order to provide the public notice that is required by our charter and bylaws, we need to have a date. And so if you're going to select a board operations committee, which does not have a quorum, we need to know that right now, people can represent that they're going to attend on a day they weren't going to normally in order to hold the meeting. Otherwise, that is why we recommended December 8th, was for just the convenience.
Who can attend the 28th? 1, 2.
I am designated to be there, so
You're
I will be there
You're
either
there
way.
anyway. Who else can attend the? You're going to be there anyway. Alan, can you attend the 28th?
I can, yeah.
Yeah, I think we've got quorum.
So we got 1, 2,
And
3,
that does include the 2 members that are not here, or 3 members. And I assume the new member will be able to attend, who would count towards quorum in the Columbia Council meeting.
Then that person can sit in on the BOC,
Yes.
which would be good as well. But they,
So are we taking November? I just need that clarity, because we have to start putting together a public notice and circulating it.
28th, yes.
Yeah, is there a consensus for the 28th?
28.
28th sounds good.
I have a policy question. I thought when there was a board policy that when the meeting was going to go over its stated ending time, the board had to vote in real time for that? Was it?
Well, then
Okay,
I move to adjourn then.
Could I get a motion to go till 11:09?
I think the point is that when we put the agendas together, or at least what I would extrapolate from that, is that we work in the BOC and we put a 3-hour agenda together, and we are continuously going over 3 hours.
That's a rather special occasion.
I don't think we planned for a resident speakout that goes well over an hour and a half. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second, any objections to adjourning?
No.
Meeting adjourned at